Chapter 1. The Idea That Won't Let Go. The school bell had rung, but Camilla and her friends lingered in the cafeteria. The air buzzed with laughter and chatter. Jana sat making strange patterns in her dessert with her fork, while Nova tried to impress everyone with stories about her older sister's latest space journey. "It's just so wild to think that there are entire worlds right next to ours," Jana said, leaning across the table. "Imagine being able to go there for just one day." Nova laughed. "My sister says the little people are hilarious. She was on an exchange trip. They turned completely pale just from seeing her. Do you really think they're that scared of us?" A third friend, Tyre, shrugged. "They're always talking badly about us, as if we've done something to them. I think they're just jealous because nothing exciting ever happens over there." Jana rolled her eyes. "They're not very bright anyway. Imagine if we went down there just to show them how to actually have fun. Or maybe bring something back. It would be crazy to show the teachers a real souvenir." Camilla listened without daring to say what she was thinking. She knew her mother had access to a portal machine. She had seen it used, a swarm of light, a hum that filled the entire house, and suddenly you were somewhere else in the universe. But that wasn't something kids were supposed to do. Still, with every sentence her friends spoke, the idea grew stronger. She imagined the looks on their faces if she came back with something from the little ones. Something no one else had. Maybe even one of them? Just to show that she dared to do something the others didn't. She said nothing, but she couldn't help smiling slightly to herself as the conversation drifted on about everything and nothing. Inside her, the plan slowly began to take shape. Chapter 2. The Portal to the Little Ones. All day, Camilla had struggled to sit still. She sat in class daydreaming, drawing tiny figures in the margins of her assignments, visions of minuscule people crawling around between her feet, looking up at her in awe. When she closed her eyes, she could see it clearly. A city spread out beneath her gaze, filled with people running, pointing, maybe even falling to their knees before her like a god. The thought made her feel warm inside. She wouldn't be cruel, no, just powerful. She would pick them up, gently pet them, give them food and take them home so her friends could see how soft and amusing they were. She imagined the little ones staring up at her with wide eyes, and how she, for the first time ever, could show them her world. It would be adventurous. They might even worship her. When she finally got home, she kicked off her shoes in the hallway and quietly crept up the stairs to the locked room. Her mother's voice drifted up from the kitchen, but Camilla quickly answered that she was just going upstairs to do her homework. Her heart pounded as she rummaged through the drawer and found the shiny key. The portal machine stood hidden behind a heavy curtain, which she carefully pulled aside. The panel was already glowing faintly, as if it were waiting for her. She quickly found the page in the large navigation book, where Earth was marked among 1,000 other exotic worlds, a small blue dot among stars and coordinates. Camilla followed the instructions, entered the codes, while the excitement grew throughout her body. For a moment she paused and looked at herself in the polished metal surface. "You're really doing this?" she whispered, almost like a spell. One final press, and the machine began to hum, the portal forming in the air in front of her. Blinding light, circles of energy, a gust of wind that lifted her hair. Camilla squinted and took a step forward. Everything buzzed inside her. Fear, joy, curiosity. She was ready to become the biggest, most important figure in the little one's world. Soon the entire city would lie at her feet, and nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 3. The Day the Sky Opened. It began like a completely ordinary day. The sun shone brightly over the city, cars hummed between traffic lights, and people walked hand in hand across crosswalks with shopping bags and ice cream cones. Children played tag in the parks, and the scent of coffee and freshly baked bread lingered in the air. Then, right in the middle of the main street, the air split open in a shimmering light. A kind of misty circle grew larger, surrounded by crackling energy and a strange pull that made everyone's hair stand on end. People froze. Some shouted for the police, others pulled out their phones. But no one had time to understand what was happening before she stepped through. She was larger than anyone could have imagined. A girl with short blue hair, taller than most buildings, and yet with a look of wonder on her face, almost childlike, as if she herself was amazed to be standing right in the middle of it all. The portal closed behind her with a soft snap. People stood as if frozen, eyes wide. Some began to run, others hid behind cars or rushed into shops. Camilla looked around, letting her gaze sweep over the multicoloured stream of people and the small, bright cars weaving between each other like toys. She said something, her voice low and booming, but no one understood the words. They felt more like thunder to those far below. She took a few careful steps. Just placing her feet made the ground tremble, and several alarms went off. A group of people shouted up at her, waving their arms frantically. "Watch out! You can't step there!" But she only smiled apologetically and stopped just in time. Her foot crushed an empty car, sending glass spraying across the road, but no one was hurt. She laughed softly and bent down to study everything more closely. Everything seemed incredibly small, but also so alive. Parks, streetlights, signs, and the tiny beings darting around beneath her, all with fear or wonder in their eyes. Camilla thought the city was amazing. She felt the rush she had dreamed of, that all of this, all these tiny beings, now saw her as something magical, powerful, maybe even divine. She took a few more steps just to explore, and her shadow slid across entire squares and streets. Even crushing an abandoned car felt exciting. She had never before seen a world where everything fit into the palm of her hand. All around her, people were both terrified and enchanted by her. Some continued shouting warnings, others simply stared in awe. For the first time, Camilla truly felt big, and everything was only just beginning. Chapter 4. Play and Confusion. Camilla felt the joy tingling through her body as she explored the city. She ran lightly between the buildings, her steps echoing across rooftops and making windows rattle. Everywhere, people fled from her feet, but she laughed and spun around like a child in a garden where everything was suddenly new and exciting. On a street corner, a car stood with its hazard lights blinking, the door slightly ajar. She bent down and lifted it up between her hands, careful, yet the metal still creaked and the glass shattered. Inside the car sat a man, pale and wide-eyed, like a mouse in a trap. Camilla was busy examining the car, curiously opening her mouth to see what it might smell or taste like, without noticing the man being drawn closer and closer to her face. From the man's perspective, her mouth was a dark cavern, her tongue like a damp, soft snake sliding back and forth. He grabbed the horn and honked in panic, the shrill sound blaring straight into Camilla's ears. She stopped abruptly, startled, and looked down. "Oh, sorry," she whispered softly, as if speaking to a pet, and gently placed the car, still with the man inside, back down on the asphalt. For a moment, she smiled apologetically at him before running off again, absorbed by the next detail, the next exciting thing in the city. Meanwhile, at a nearby police station, confusion reigned. Inside the narrow, dim control room, several officers were glued to windows and screens. "Isn't she from Valira? I thought we had an agreement with them," said an older officer, wiping sweat from his forehead. A younger, more nervous colleague shook his head. It's just a child. Look at her, she's playing. But this is wrong, very wrong. She doesn't know what she's doing. We have to contact her people, before something happens that we can't undo. Get the embassy on the line, now. Out on the city streets, Camilla continued to play, lifting signs, fiddling with streetlights, trying to scoop up a fountain in her hands. Everything felt like an adventure, and she had no idea how many eyes were now fixed on her, not only from below, but from media all over the world. Chapter 5. Barefoot Chaos. Camilla stopped in the middle of a wide boulevard, driven by a sudden impulse. She crouched down, grabbed her shoes, 2 enormous pieces of faux leather, now wrinkled and dusty from her walk through the city, and pulled them off with a satisfied smile. The air around her feet shimmered, the asphalt warm beneath her bare toes. She laughed softly and pressed her toes down into the surface, feeling it crack slightly under her weight. To her, it felt like sinking her feet into wet sand on a foreign beach. She stood up, stretched her arms over her head, and let her feet wander across the roads without thinking about what lay beneath them. Several cars were crushed into scrap, glass shards and twisted metal spraying outward as she felt the vibrations tickle their way up her legs. She turned slowly in place, her shadow dancing across several streets, and watched people flee in every direction. "Monster!" someone screamed from a side street, and Camilla was seized by a childish playfulness. She bent down, spread her arms dramatically to the sides, and roared down through the streets. A playful, teasing roar that sent more people running as she laughed so loudly that the windows in nearby buildings rattled. She leapt over a park, landing in the middle of a flower garden and crushing statues and benches beneath her heels. She tried to catch her own shadow as it stretched across the city's rooftops, hopping after it without a thought for the chaos behind her. In a square, she picked up a fountain, sending water spraying down over the people below. She showered a group with a cloud of droplets, soaking them as they screamed and fled in panic. On another street, she sat down and carefully pulled a lamppost out of the ground just to see how easy it was. She turned it in her hands as if it were a drinking straw and giggled when it bent with a crunch. She poked at a bus stop with her large, clumsy fingers and watched the entire roof structure wobble before collapsing in a cloud of dust. Children in a schoolyard were pressed up against the fence, staring up at her with wide eyes. Camilla waved at them, smiling warmly, without understanding the fear in their expressions. She created small mountains of crushed cars, balancing on one leg to see how many things she could step on without falling over. Each movement a blend of play, fascination, and immense, harmless power. She began to sing an old children's song from her own world, a rhythm that made the ground tremble as she lightly drummed with her heels. People could feel the deep vibrations throughout the neighborhood, all while Camilla continued to play, undisturbed. Meanwhile, the city's police and authorities grew more and more desperate. Sirens wailed, helicopters circled above her head, and TV footage of her bare feet, the crushed cars, and the enormous laughing girl was broadcast to the entire world. A lone journalist hid behind a pillar, filming everything, his voice shaking as he reported on the incomprehensible power this foreign girl wields, as if the entire city is nothing but her playground. Camilla noticed none of it. Her world was filled with laughter, sensory curiosity, and the feeling of being both powerful and a child at the same time. Then she stopped and looked down at her feet, covered in dust and tiny splinters. She giggled, crouched down, and began brushing dirt off her toes, suddenly noticing how quiet the city had become around her. People were now hiding inside buildings, and only the distant sounds of panic and sirens remained. Camilla looked up, a small sense of loneliness beginning to creep in, but she shook it off. The adventure was far from over. Chapter 6. The moment that changes everything. Camilla wandered curiously along the wide boulevards until she spotted one of the city's tallest buildings, a glass tower stretching up toward the sky, which to her was only a little higher than her hip. She smiled and grabbed the top of it with 2 fingers, eager to see if she could move it. The glass crunched, and the entire building swayed. It was surprisingly easy, far too easy. She giggled, shaken by just how strong she really was. The tower bent, and windows exploded in a rain of glass as she pulled on it. Suddenly, in the middle of her play, she heard faint screams and saw tiny movements behind the windows. People, clinging to anything they could find as the building rocked in her grip. Their panic was unmistakable, even though she didn't understand their language or their chaotic cries. For a moment she froze, shocked by the realization that she had forgotten the tower was full of life. In a hurry, she lowered the building toward the ground, but several small figures were flung outward and fell in free fall toward the asphalt. With lightning-fast instinct, she opened her hand and let them land softly in her enormous palm. To them, it felt like falling from the sky, a miracle that they weren't crushed. Camilla lifted her hand up in front of her face and for the first time truly looked at the little people. Adults, children, women and men. Some were crying, others screaming. A father clutched his child tightly as he looked up at her in wild terror. Chills and breathless panic surged through her body. She tried to smile reassuringly, murmuring a faint, "I'm sorry," in the gentlest voice she could manage, but the sound became a booming echo that made several of them cling even closer together. She gently set them down on the ground, but they immediately ran away, disappearing among rubble, cars and dust. Camilla remained standing, breathing heavily as she looked around. Everywhere were traces of her footprints, crushed cars, toppled lampposts, shattered facades, and the small figures fleeing from everything she had touched. A feeling grew inside her, a heavy, burning shame and guilt mixed with sorrow. Everything that had once felt like play and curiosity had now become something ugly. She felt tears prick behind her eyes. Slowly she sat down in the middle of the street, making the ground tremble. Not from play, but because she could no longer keep her balance amid her own emotions. Camilla hid her face in her hands. She could still feel the small, frightened bodies against her skin, hear the screams and cries echoing in her mind. Around her, the city slipped into a silent state of shock. No one dared approach her now, but every eye rested on the giant who was no longer a monster, but just a child who had played too rough and only now understood how much harm she could cause. Chapter 7. When the sky opened again. The police had seen everything from a distance. Screens, helicopters, eyewitnesses. They had watched the play, the destruction, and now the change. They saw how Camilla's body language shifted, how the playful, curious movements vanished and were replaced by something heavy and breaking. She collapsed. Camilla fell to her knees in the middle of the city. The asphalt shattered beneath her, but this time there was no play in the movement. Her shoulders shook violently as she bent forward, as if her own weight had become too much to bear. She pressed her hands against the ground, fingers trembling, and then the sounds came, deep, broken sobs rolling through the streets like thunder. The officers hesitated only for a moment. Then they began to move. Not toward her, but toward the people. They shouted orders, helped civilians out from the rubble, picked up children, led them away from her feet. Some pointed up at Camilla, others shook their heads. For the first time, there was not only fear in their faces, but confusion as well. Camilla was crying openly now. Tears streamed down her cheeks like warm rivers and crashed into the streets around her. Her breathing came in short, desperate gasps. "I'm a monster," she whispered, her voice broken, nearly lost in the echo. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see, just to play." She lifted her head, and looked down at the city, at people holding onto each other, parents pulling their children close. Some stared at her in terror, others with something that looked like shock or grief. No one smiled. No one waved. "I want to go home," she sobbed. "I just want to go home again." Then the realization hit her. Not slowly, but hard, like a blow to the chest. She didn't know how. The portal. She hadn't opened it herself. She had only pressed something, followed instructions without understanding them. The machine was at home. Her world was gone. She was trapped here. Panic exploded inside her. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently, her hands clutching the ground in a convulsive grip. It felt as if her body was too large for her emotions, as if the world was pressing in on her from every side. "I can't," she cried. "I can't go home." Her sobs grew louder, wilder. She curled in on herself now, arms wrapped tightly around her body, like a child trying to make herself small. The entire city could hear her. Even people hiding far away froze at the sound. And then it happened again. The air behind her began to vibrate. A light flared to life, circular and violent, the same energy as before, but this time slower, more controlled. People saw it immediately, pointed, screamed. Panic flared again. "No! Not again!" someone shouted. Camilla felt the heat behind her. She turned slowly, tears blurring her vision. Out of the portal stepped a woman. She was tall, calm, and moved with a weight that did not come from size but from authority. Her hair fell long down her back, the same colour as Camilla's, but darker, more subdued. Her face was beautiful, but serious. Her eyes took everything in at once, the city, the destruction, the little people. And finally, Camilla. Their gazes met. Camilla broke completely. M-O-M dash dash. Her voice cracked on the word as she reached her hands forward, shaking, ashamed, terrified, not like a monster, but like a child who had broken something she could never fix again. The woman said nothing yet. She simply stood there in the portal's light, while the world held its breath. Chapter 8. Responsibility. The woman stepped fully out of the portal, but she did not go straight to Camilla. First, she stood still. She let her gaze slowly sweep across the city, over the crushed cars, the cracked facades, streets filled with dust, shards of glass, and people who were still hiding, still crying, still holding on to one another. Her face did not change much, but her eyes did. They grew darker, heavier, filled with something that looked like fear. Only after she had taken it all in did she lower her gaze. Camilla was still on her knees, curled in on herself, hands pressed against the ground, as if to keep herself anchored to the world. When she felt her mother's eyes on her, she lifted her head. Her face was soaked with tears, her nose red, her chest rising and falling in uneven, desperate breaths. "Camilla," the woman said softly. There was no anger in her voice. That made it worse. "What have you done?" The words hit hard. Camilla drew in a sobbing breath and shook her head, as if she herself was trying to understand it. The tears started again. I just wanted to play," she said in a breaking voice. I didn't think it would be like this. They were just there, small. I didn't want to hurt them." She tried to explain more, but the words stuck. She gasped, clutched her chest, and her voice nearly vanished. Her mother could see it, the panic, the guilt, the shock. She took a step closer. Down on the street, something new began to happen. Police cars, military vehicles, people in suits. They moved forward carefully, weapons lowered, eyes lifted upward. a man stepped ahead of the others. He carried himself differently, stood straighter. He was the mayor. The woman calmly lowered herself down so her movements would not frighten anyone. She sank to her knees, bringing herself a little closer. To the city, to the people, to her daughter. The mayor looked up at her. His face was tight, his eyes both angry and afraid. "What is this?" he shouted. "Who is she? And why is she here?" The woman looked at him. Her voice was clear, controlled. "She is my daughter," she said, "and I am deeply shocked by what she has done." A murmur spread through the crowd. "This should never have happened," she continued, "and I take full responsibility. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to resolve this." The mayor looked from her to Camilla, then back over the city. He sighed heavily, as if the weight of it all finally hit him. "This doesn't look good," he said quietly. "Not for you. Not for us." Camilla didn't understand the language, but she understood the tone. She could feel her mother's fear. Real fear. Not for herself, but for the consequences. For the world. "Mom?" Camilla said softly. She reached her hand out, hesitant. "I'm so sorry. I mean it. I'll do anything. Just tell me what to do." Her mother closed her eyes for a moment. Took a slow breath. The mayor stepped forward and said something directly to Camilla. His voice was calmer now, but serious. "Little one, what you did today could start a war between our people and yours." The word hit Camilla like a blow. War? She froze. Her entire body tensed. She had never thought that far ahead, never imagined anything bigger than play, excitement, impressing others. She looked again at the city, at the people, at her mother. She whispered. "I didn't know." She could feel it now. Not just guilt, not just shame, but something heavier, something adult, something she couldn't run from. This was bad, truly bad. And she knew that nothing, absolutely nothing, would ever be the same again. Chapter 9. A Promise Among the Ruins. Camilla was still kneeling, her shoulders heavy, her head bowed. The sounds around her had changed. No longer screams everywhere, but muted voices, sirens in the distance, the noise of people clearing debris, pulling one another free, trying to find some kind of order in the chaos. Every sound struck her like a reminder of what she had done. She took a deep breath, but the air felt too thick, too heavy. "Mum," she said quietly. Her mother finally turned fully toward her. Not with anger in her eyes, not with scolding, but with a seriousness far more frightening. She moved a little closer to Camilla so their eyes could meet at the same level. "What is it, Camilla?" she asked calmly. Camilla swallowed. Her hands trembled as she clasped them together. "I can't just go home," she said. "Not like this. Not after what I've done." She glanced up at her mother, afraid of the answer. What if I stay here and help them, really help them? Not just clean up a little, but stay until they can trust me again. Trust us. Her voice cracked, but she continued, more firmly now. "I'll do anything. Lift, build, clear, protect. I'll show them that I'm not a monster, that I can make something good again." There was silence for a moment. Her mother said nothing. She studied Camilla's face, her red eyes, the genuine shame, the fear still clinging to her. Then she inhaled slowly, and a faint, almost invisible smile crossed her lips. "This is the first time," she said softly, "that you truly understand what responsibility is." She placed a hand on Camilla's cheek. If you want to stay, then we stay, and we do it properly. She stood and turned toward the mayor and the other leaders, who were gathered in a nervous semicircle. They spoke quietly among themselves, looking up at the two foreign beings. Fear was still there, but now also something else. Consideration. Camilla's mother spoke slowly and clearly as she translated Camilla's request. The mayor listened, arms crossed, brow furrowed. When she finished, he stepped forward. He looked up at Camilla. What you're proposing, he said calmly, is unusual, but it shows that you understand the seriousness of this. He hesitated, then continued. If you stay, where will you live? How will we provide food and water? We can't carry this responsibility alone. Her mother answered without hesitation. I have a tent. Not a simple one. One that can protect her, keep her warm and out of the way. And the food. I'll take care of that. We won't take from your people. The mayor looked around at the others, the military, the police, advisors. There was whispering, discussion, weighing of pros and cons. Some were clearly against it. Others nodded slowly. Finally, the mayor sighed deeply. This is how we'll do it, he said. She helps repair the damage, under supervision, and we see how it goes. Camilla felt a wave of relief wash through her. Not joy, but a chance. Hours later, Camilla and her mother got to work immediately. They moved slowly through the city, carefully. Camilla placed every step with intention now. She lifted collapsed buildings one at a time, while rescue workers moved quickly beneath her hands. She stacked rubble into orderly piles, removed crushed cars from roads, opened passages so ambulances could get through. People kept their distance. Many were afraid. Some shouted at her. Others simply hid. But there were also those who, hesitantly, waved when she put something back in place. Small signs, small steps. Her mother stayed by her side the entire time. She guided her, stopped her when she moved too fast, spoke calmly, translated when necessary, showed through her own composure that this was not an invasion, but an apology made through action. The hours passed. The sun began to sink lower. Camilla was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Her arms shook, her back ached, but she didn't stop. Every time she wanted to give up, she thought of the faces in her hand, of the crying, of the fear. Finally, the mayor nodded. That's enough for today. Camilla carefully sat down at the edge of the city. She didn't say anything. She was empty, but also strangely calm. Her mother opened the portal again. The light glowed softly this time, not violently. We're going home now, she said, but only for tonight. Camilla looked up. I'll come back tomorrow, she said quickly. I promise. The mayor nodded. We'll be waiting. They stepped through the portal together. The light closed behind them, and the city was left behind, still scarred, still afraid, but with a new, uncertain possibility. Camilla turned one last time just before the portal vanished. She looked down at the city, at the small people who had already begun working again. She didn't know how long she would stay. No one did. But she knew one thing. She would come back, and next time, she would be prepared. Chapter 10. The Council After the Silence, revised. The large meeting chamber was built in tiers, wide circles of stone and metal descending toward the centre like an amphitheatre. The air hummed softly with translation technology and restrained voices. On the wall floated recordings from the city, shattered facades, overturned cars, boulevards filled with dust and footprints that had torn up the asphalt, and in the middle of them, a frozen image of her. The Giantess child. Camilla. The silence lasted a long time. Then General Rask spoke. Our city was attacked, he said, his voice tight. Not with weapons, but with a body, with sighs. Attempts to stop her were ignored. She didn't understand them, Professor Hale said calmly. Shouts were misunderstood. Movements were interpreted as play. The result is the same, Rask replied sharply. The city is damaged. People are traumatized. Hospitals are overwhelmed. The mayor leaned forward. But let's stick to the facts, he said. No one was killed, not a single person. That was a miracle, and a stroke of luck we cannot expect again. A new image appeared. Camilla on her knees in the middle of the street, hands pressed against the ground, shoulders shaking. She stopped, Hale said. The moment she understood what she had done. After she nearly crushed a tower, Rask interjected. After people fell. Survived. Yes, but only barely. A diplomat from the trade bloc took the floor. If we call this war, he said, we declare war on a civilization operating across more than 100 planets. This would not be an isolated conflict. It would affect trade, supplies, stability across the entire region. So we just accept it? Rask asked. No, the diplomat replied, but we must understand the difference between an accident and an attack. A military analyst activated a simulation. If this had been an invasion, she said, the city would be leveled. It wasn't. She moved slowly, stopped repeatedly, and when she realized the danger, she sat down, openly, vulnerably. Rask narrowed his eyes. And next time? Silence fell. That is precisely why, the mayor said. We cannot respond with vengeance. War will not protect us. It will escalate everything we fear. A representative from the Security Council stood up. We're already seeing reactions from other species. They aren't asking who is right. They're asking whether we're about to trigger something that could spread. And if the Giantess world interprets our restraint as weakness? Rask asked. Then we give them responsibility, Hale said. Not free passage, oversight, limitations, and one clear test. The child, the mayor said quietly. The images shifted again, this time to the cleanup, Camilla lifting rubble with trembling hands, rescue workers moving beneath her motions, people keeping their distance, but watching. She stayed, the mayor said. She helped. She didn't flee. Rask said nothing. A younger advisor spoke carefully. If we answer an accident with war, she said, we don't teach the Giantess anything about boundaries. We only teach fear, and fear makes future accidents more lethal. The mayor stood. Therefore, this is the decision, he said. No war, not now. We demand guarantees, we demand oversight, and we prepare, not for revenge, but to ensure this never happens again. Rask looked down for a moment before nodding once. If she fails, he said, then we will have wasted our luck. Yes, the mayor replied. But if we start a war now, then we waste everything. The meeting was adjourned, the recordings shut down one by one. Only one image lingered a little longer. Camilla, still kneeling in the city. Not as a threat, but as a reminder of how close the world had come to catastrophe. Chapter 11. Nightmare and morning glow. The room lay in half darkness, faintly lit only by the glow of a night lamp that cast soft shadows across the walls. Camilla lay curled beneath the large blanket, but she did not sleep peacefully. Her eyes darted rapidly behind closed lids, and beads of sweat slid down her forehead. Inside the dream, she was trapped in a storm of images that felt more real than anything else. The city lay before her again, but this time it was not play. Everything was larger, sharper, filled with screams and shadows. Skyscrapers toppled in slow motion beneath her feet, roads shattered, and people ran everywhere, yet she could never reach them in time to stop it. With every step, she crushed more, even as she shouted apologies, even as she tried to avoid them. Harsh military flares lit up the darkness. Tanks and soldiers appeared and fired their weapons, but the bullets bounced harmlessly off her skin. The soldiers' faces were twisted with fear and hatred, shouting words she did not understand, and yet she felt their meaning: monster, enemy, death. Then, out of the fog, other giantesses emerged. Their faces were sharp and cold, their gazes empty. They marched through the city, bigger and stronger than her, their footsteps sending shockwaves through the asphalt. Some picked up soldiers like toys and crushed them. Others grabbed buildings and snapped them apart in their hands. A haze of ash rose from the ruins, and Camilla watched as both soldiers and giantesses collapsed, dead and twisted. Small children looked up at her, covered in dust, with eyes so wide with terror that she forgot to breathe. In the midst of the chaos lay her mother, broken and pale in the white glow of the streetlights. Camilla ran through the ruins, blood and shards of glass tearing at her feet, but she could not feel the pain, only the panic, only the scream in her chest. Mom. She threw herself down beside her, grabbed her hand, but it was limp and cold. When her mother's face turned up toward her, her eyes were dead, white and empty like porcelain. In a voice like a whisper that carried through the nightmare, her mother said, "Look at what you have done to us. We are dead because of you." Terror crawled beneath Camilla's skin and swept her away. She screamed and scrambled backward, but she could not escape the gaze of those dead eyes. Shouts, sirens, and explosions blended with her mother's voice, repeating the words again and again, until the world began to fall apart. Building by building, person by person, everything washed away by darkness. She woke with a jolt. Her lungs gasped for air, and her cheeks were wet with tears. The blanket was twisted around her legs, and the night lamp cast nervous shadows up the wall, as if the nightmare had not yet loosened its grip. She panted, her whole body shaking, sweat clinging her nightclothes to her skin. The door opened, and her mother's silhouette appeared in the doorway, outlined by the light from the hallway. "Camilla?" The voice was low and calm, but there was a worry behind it she had not heard before. Camilla tried to answer, but all that came out was a sob caught in her throat. She hid her face in her hands as her mother walked to the bed and carefully sat on the edge. "It was just a dream," she said softly, laying an arm around Camilla's shoulders. But Camilla shook her head, pressing closer to her. Her voice broke when she finally forced the words out. "I saw it. Again. Everything I did. But it was worse. Much worse. There was war. And everyone died. You. You were dead too. And it was my fault. It was me, Mum. I didn't know how to stop it." Her mother pulled her tightly into her arms and let Camilla cry against her shoulder. She did not say that everything would be fine. She did not say that it would all turn out okay. Instead, she simply sat there, holding her daughter until the shaking subsided. She took a deep, calm breath, and when she spoke again, her voice was steadier. "You cannot carry the blame of the whole world on your shoulders, Camilla. You are a child, but you have already done something no one else did. You stayed. You helped. You apologized, even when you were afraid. Yes, it will be hard, but you are not alone. And you have been given the chance to show them who you are, not just who they think you are." Camilla sniffled, wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand while still clinging to her mother. Doubt churned behind her eyes, but she nodded faintly, even though the fear still stuck like splinters in her stomach. "They hate me. They'll never understand me. I don't know how to talk to them, and they don't understand why I did what I did." Her mother loosened her hold slightly, but smiled faintly. She slid a hand into the pocket of her robe and pulled out a small, shiny device, almost like a piece of jewellery with a blue diode. She held it out to Camilla. "This will help. It's a universal translator. Put it in your ear. Then you can hear them, and they can hear you. Not through misunderstandings, but properly." She gently placed the device in Camilla's hand, and for the first time Camilla looked up. There was a small glimmer of curiosity behind the tears. "Is it for me?" she whispered, and her mother nodded. "I've also prepared everything for the trip. The tent is packed, there's food, water, and a power bank for your phone. We won't run out of anything. And I'll stay close to you all day, as long as you need me." Camilla let her gaze wander around the room. On the floor stood a packed backpack, ready for the coming day. The tent lay tightly rolled, rations neatly stacked in the side pockets, her phone already connected to the power bank. The details brought a sense of safety in the midst of chaos, like small anchors in a storm. Slowly, Camilla's breathing began to calm. She gathered her courage, let her fingers glide over the small device, feeling its smooth, cool surface against her skin. She nestled closer to her mother, her head resting on her shoulder, while the night outside still rumbled with rain against the window. Mother and daughter sat together in silence, broken only by the rhythm of their breathing. Camilla closed her eyes again, this time without sinking back into the nightmare, but with a growing calm, a small but strengthening belief that the next day, no matter how hard, could be survived. Chapter 12. The Portal Back. The morning sun slips through the curtains as Camilla tiptoes down the stairs, her body still heavy from the night's dreams. She walks in thoughtful silence into the kitchen, where the scent of coffee and freshly baked bread fills the air. Her mother is already sitting at the table with a newspaper and a warm, attentive look. Camilla sits down reluctantly, poking at her breakfast without really taking part in the moment. Her thoughts race. How long am I going to stay here? Can I ever go home? And what about my friends back home? Do they think about me? Does life just go on without me while I'm stuck among the small people? Her mother sets the newspaper aside and catches Camilla's gaze. A quiet, warm understanding shines in her eyes. "I've spoken with some people from Earth," she says gently. "They've found a place where you can sleep, and they want to help you as much as they can. You won't be alone in this." Camilla looks up, and even though nervousness tightens in her stomach, a small smile creeps onto her face. They finish eating in silence, but now the atmosphere feels lighter, as if part of the responsibility has been shared. When Camilla stands up, her mother is already there with the bag, packed and ready for the new day. At the portal, they hug tightly. Camilla presses her face into her mother's shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent and feeling the strength of the embrace. "You promise you'll be careful?" her mother whispers. Camilla nods, pressing her lips together as if to hold the words close to her heart. "I promise, Mom. I'll do the right thing. Nothing stupid." A gentle kiss on the forehead, one last squeeze. Then Camilla steps forward and feels the portal open in front of her like a shimmering mirror. The air grows colder, the sounds change. She steps through, and suddenly the world is different. She stands outside the city, at the edge of a wide, open field. Morning dew sparkles in the grass, and a short distance away lies a farm with a low red roof and fields stretching all the way to the horizon. In the distance, a few workers have stopped in the middle of their routine. Everything falls silent. All eyes turn toward the impossibly large figure now standing among them. Suddenly, a car rumbles through the quiet morning. It approaches carefully and brakes 3 meters from Camilla's knee. The doors open, and a man and a woman step out, both wearing practical work clothes, but with open, friendly faces. The woman raises her hand in greeting. "Hi, Camilla. We're your helpers," she says, stepping a little closer without showing any sign of fear. "We're going to help you get started here and make sure you have everything you need. And if you have questions or there's something you miss, just tell us." Camilla feels a surge of overwhelm. For the first time, she understands every single word they say. The small device in her ear hums softly, and the sounds flow together into meaningful sentences. She kneels down so her face is closer to theirs and smiles shyly. "Thank you. I'm looking forward to making things right again. I'm really sorry about everything that happened yesterday," she begins, but the man, Simon, immediately raises his hand and waves gently to stop her. "Listen, Camilla," he says calmly. "We're not talking about yesterday. That's the past. Now it's about what we're going to do today and going forward. My name is Simon, and this is Sophie." Sophie smiles warmly and nods approvingly at Camilla. Camilla feels warmth rise to her cheeks and blushes slightly, but her shoulders relax a little more. "Okay, I have my things with me," she says softly, almost apologetically. Simon gives her an encouraging look. "Perfect. Just follow us, and we'll show you the place where you'll be staying. Everything's been prepared, both for you and for your mother, if she wants to stay for a while." He and Sophie climb back into the car, the engine starting quietly, and they drive slowly along the gravel road toward the farm. Camilla rises to her full height, watches the car, and begins to walk after it, each step large, but this time careful and aware of just how big she is. Birds lift from the fields as she follows the car, and for the first time she notices that she is being watched, not only with fear, but with curiosity. Somewhere between the portal and the farm, Camilla feels a small spark of hope. Maybe she could show them who she was, not just a monster, but a human being. Maybe this was the beginning of something new.
Chapter 13. The First Meeting. The gravel road wound between fields and small groves, and the car rolled slowly toward the large farm, where the morning sun glinted off the roof tiles. In the distance, several buildings came into view. A barn, a machinery shed, small foldable wagons, where people were already busy with the day's work. An adult man stood with his arms crossed alongside two employees, while a boy about Camilla's age, maybe 13, sat on the edge of a wheelbarrow, his legs swinging idly. The car stopped, and Simon and Sophie stepped out. Camilla approached slowly, her shadow sliding across the field and growing as it reached the group, causing several people to turn and stare with open mouths. Some instinctively stepped back, but the father remained where he was, proud and calm at the center of it all. His gaze traveled up Camilla's body, from her bare toes pressing marks into the earth, all the way to her face, where nervousness lingered. "Hello," the man said when the others had come all the way over. His voice was deep, steady, not nervous in the slightest. "My name is Henrik," he continued, nodding to Camilla. "This is my son, Casper," he added, pointing toward the boy still sitting on the wheelbarrow, arms crossed, his expression making it clear he had no intention of making a good first impression. "And those two over there are Daniel and Maja. They help out here on the farm." The two employees offered brief greetings, both wearing curious, slightly uncertain looks. Henrik turned to the children and raised his voice. "Mind your manners now." The employees and the boy nodded reluctantly, while Casper barely even glanced at Camilla. He just stared out over the fields, his mouth set in a hard line. Henrik took a few steps closer and pointed toward a large meadow at the boundary between the farm's fields and a small grove. "We've got a big area ready for you over there. Perfect for your tent. You can see the whole place from there, and we live just on the other side, so you'll have neighbors." He smiled up at Camilla, a smile that was welcoming and calm, almost fatherly. Camilla felt the knot of nervousness in her stomach ease a little. She bent slightly and replied, "Thank you so much. It really means a lot. I'll be careful with the area." "I know you will," Henrik said, "and if you need anything, just come by." She followed Simon and Sophie toward the meadow, where a group of curious children and adults were already standing at a distance, watching. Whispers spread, but there was no hostility, only fascination, uncertainty, and the inevitable glances toward her enormous feet, leaving impressions in the damp earth. When they reached the spot where she would set up her tent, Camilla unfolded her massive tent with practiced, familiar movements. The poles clicked into place, the fabric stretched taut, and she laid out her large sleeping bag and inflatable mattress inside. Every item she set down seemed enormous at first, then almost homey, as if she had brought a small piece of her own world with her. She settled in quickly. The food supplies, the water containers, a flashlight, a small stack of books, and her phone set to charge in the corner with a power bank. When she was done, she sat in the tent opening, letting the warm breeze from the meadow cool her. Outside, she could hear voices, people talking, giggling, discussing, and a couple of small children cautiously trying to look at her without getting too close. For the first time since arriving, Camilla felt a faint sense of joy. Her tent had always been her safe place, a refuge where thoughts and worries could finally settle. Now it was no longer just a tent. It was her home on a foreign planet, in the middle of everything unknown. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathed in the scent of grass and summer air, and sensed a small glimmer of hope. Behind her, the sleeping bag lay ready, and for the first time in a long while, she almost looked forward to sleeping. Outside, the farm continued to hum with life, and as she sat there, the sun slowly sank behind the low trees, while the sounds of people, animals, and machinery blended into a comforting living backdrop, a reminder that even among strangers, one can find a place that feels like their own.
Chapter 13. First Day in the Fields. Later that afternoon, while Camilla was still busy tidying around her tent, Simon and Sophie appeared again. They smiled, but this time their expressions were a little more serious. Simon gestured over his shoulder toward the farm and said, "Camilla, your work doesn't start until tomorrow. Today you just need to settle in and get used to your surroundings. We have a set of rules you need to know. You're not allowed to go into the city without permission, and if you need anything, you should always ask one of us first." Camilla nodded, grateful for the clear instructions, and replied, "I understand. Thank you for looking out for me." She felt the sense of safety the rules actually gave her, even though they also tugged slightly at her freedom. Shortly after, Henrik came walking across the grass. He greeted Simon and Sophie before turning to Camilla and looking up at her kindly. "If you'd like, you're very welcome to eat with us tonight. We always eat outside when the weather's nice. That way we can all look each other in the eye. Especially you, Camilla." He chuckled softly, and even though his voice was calm, she sensed how much it meant to him that she felt welcome. Camilla lit up with a smile that seemed to reach all the way to her fingertips. "Really? I'd love that," she said, perhaps a little too eagerly. Henrik nodded with satisfaction. "Then it's settled. We'll eat at the long table under the big oak. You won't be able to miss it," he added with a wink. When the others had left, Camilla stood still for a moment and looked out over the area that was now her home. Sunlight flowed across the fields, where the hay smelled sweet and the wind lifted dust from the gravel road. She took a slow walk along the fence, careful not to step too hard so she wouldn't damage anything. It was difficult to judge how much space her 30-foot-tall body took up. Everything around her was small, almost toy-like. The red tractors, the white geese by the pond, the horses in the paddock flicking their tails at flies. Animals had always fascinated Camilla. She carefully crouched down outside the enclosure and watched the farm's cows and sheep, who stared back at her with wide eyes, half curious, half frightened. A group of small pigs scattered when she laughed softly. She knew she must seem like a mountain of unknown danger, but she still hoped they would get used to her. She waved gently to a small boy standing next to an older woman in the yard. The woman waved back cautiously, but the boy hid behind her skirts. In the distance, muffled murmurs and low voices could be heard from the village, where people had begun to gather to see the unusual sight. They knew her only as the being who had caused chaos, and even though she couldn't hear the individual words, she felt their stares prick at the back of her neck like cold rain. Some stood with their arms crossed, others pointed, and several children half hid behind their parents. At the same time, a little farther away, Caspar stood with 3 of his school friends by the fence at the edge of the field. They had all seen Camilla arrive and settle in near their home. The images from the city, where everything had been destroyed, had gone viral, and they had discussed it all week at school. One of the boys, Emil, was the first to break the silence. "She's only here to fool us. I saw online that she's not as nice as they say. She just wants people to believe it. My uncle says she's dangerous and that you can't trust someone like her." Another friend, Victor, nodded. She could crush the whole farm if she wanted to, just like that, without even thinking about it. Caspar said nothing. He stared out across the meadow, where Camilla was now sitting in the sun with her back turned, unpacking her things inside the tent. There was something in her movements, a carefulness that didn't fit the image of a predator. He thought about everything he'd heard, about how people talked about her, but also about the look he had seen in her eyes when she arrived. Frightened, apologetic, not angry. Emil nudged him. "What do you think, Caspar? You live right next door. Shouldn't we show her that she can't just come here and take over?" Caspar shrugged and looked away. "I don't know. She doesn't look like she wants to hurt anyone. Maybe we should just leave her alone." The others looked at him, surprised that he didn't immediately join their anger. Victor pulled a face. "You're just afraid to say anything." Caspar stepped a little away from the group and let his gaze drift back toward Camilla. Why did it feel wrong to just hate her? He couldn't explain it. Maybe because he had seen how quietly she sat, how alone she seemed. He didn't say anything more, but a small seed of doubt had been planted. Back at the tent, Camilla sat down on the grass, moved closer to the tent opening, and watched the sun sink behind the treetops. She thought about the coming day, the work, the new people, the uncertainty, and about the hope that she might still earn a chance. Behind the bushes, hidden from her view, Caspar still stood watching her. He didn't know what he felt, but one thing was certain. She wasn't just a monster, as everyone said. Maybe that was exactly what made her the most dangerous of all. Chapter 14. The bonfire in the farmyard. The evening sun glows red and gold over the fields as Camilla begins to get ready. She packs her vegetables, fruit, and a bit of bread into a basket, brushes the last bits of grass from her knees, and straightens the slightly wrinkled tent. As she approaches the farmyard, she sees the smoke from the bonfire curling up into the warm evening air. Around the fire stands a long wooden table set with plates and bowls, where Henrik and his wife are already busy preparing the food. Caspar stands a little off to the side, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed and his gaze turned away. The light from the fire dances in shifting shadows across the yard. Sparrows hop about in the dust, and the scent of grilled meat mingles with fresh grass and smoke. Camilla hesitates for a moment. It almost feels like stepping into another world. But then she gathers her courage and takes the last steps toward the group. Her silhouette cuts tall and clear against the evening sky, yet she moves slowly, almost silently. "Hi, everyone," she says gently as she kneels at the edge of the circle of light. She carefully lays her own food out on a small blanket she brought from the tent. She smiles, and Henrik's wife, a woman with soft dark hair and smile lines around her eyes, immediately nods in welcome. "It's lovely that you want to eat with us, Camilla," she says kindly. "My name is Marie. Just sit down. We've made sure there are some extra vegetables for you, if you feel like it." Henrik greets her as well, settling onto a tree stump by the fire and sending Camilla a genuine, warm look. Not everyone dares to sit by the fire with guests from another world, he says with a crooked smile. You're more than welcome. Caspar, who has stayed a bit in the background, sends a brief glance toward Camilla and picks up his plate. He gives her a small nod, but then, when his father tries to speak kindly to him, he mutters something, turns around, and walks into the house with his food. Henrik watches him go, sighs quietly, and shakes his head. He turns back to Camilla and lifts his shoulders in an apologetic smile. Don't take it to heart, Camilla. Many still see you as something foreign, maybe even as a monster. But the rest of us see more. You stayed, you helped, even though you could have fled. You've given people a reason to try to trust you. That matters, even if not everyone can see it yet. Marie gently lays her hand over Henrik's, nods, and smiles at Camilla. He's right. I'm glad you're here. People will get used to you, and it helps that you're simply being yourself. The mood around the fire grows a little lighter. Skewers, bread, small salads, and vegetables are passed around. There is laughter. People ask about Camilla's food, and several try to start conversations, even though they are clearly still nervous. Camilla tastes a little of what they offer her, and, in return, shares her own fruit. The children whisper and send her furtive glances, but she smiles back so they won't feel threatened. Inside the house, Caspar stands by a window, watching. He can hear what they're saying by the fire. He hears his parents' voices and how they defend Camilla. Something tightens inside him, and he feels a restlessness he can't quite put into words. When he sees Camilla smile, he suddenly feels embarrassed about his own behaviour. After a moment's hesitation, he slips out onto the steps, takes a deep breath, and slowly walks back into the yard. Everyone looks up as he approaches, but his father says nothing. He lets Caspar make the decision himself. Caspar sits down on the edge of one of the wooden steps near the fire and says quietly, Sorry I left earlier. I just needed some time to think. Henrik smiles reassuringly and pats him on the shoulder. That's perfectly fine, Caspar. You decide when you're ready. Caspar looks up at Camilla and suddenly asks, perhaps to divert the attention, What is it actually like? Where you come from? Your planet? Are there farms and animals there too? Or is everything just enormous? A calm falls over the group, and all eyes turn to Camilla, who feels warmth rise in her cheeks. For the first time, she doesn't feel like just a monster, but like someone they actually want to listen to. She gathers her thoughts, ready to tell her story. Darkness settles in, the fire crackles, and the stars awaken above the farm, as a new kind of curiosity begins to grow between humans and Giantess. Chapter 15. The Story by the Fire. The bonfire crackled softly, and stars appeared in the dark blue sky above the farmyard. Camilla sat with her legs drawn in beneath her giant form bathed in the warm light of the flames. Around her sat Henrik, Marie, and some of the farm's workers. Caspar had taken a seat a little farther back again, but his eyes kept drifting toward her, especially when she began to speak. Camilla looked out over the small faces and began. Where I come from, the world is very different. Our villages are small, but the trees around them are larger than you can imagine. Their branches form bridges high above the ground, and in some places families live almost up in the clouds. Each village might have only 10 or 15 families. We live close together, but it never feels crowded. Nature is our home. When the morning sun hits the lake down in the valley, it sparkles as if the whole world were made of glass. She smiled, her voice calm and dreamlike. We don't have cars or big machines. If we need to travel far, we use animals that resemble your elephants. But they're even bigger and very intelligent. We decorate their harnesses with flowers, and children love riding on their backs through the meadow in summer. Everything in our daily life revolves around nature. We build our houses from wood and stone, light fires beneath the great stars, and in the evenings we sing together while we cook. Marie, Henrik's wife, listened with a warm smile. That sounds truly beautiful, Camilla. Camilla nodded, her gaze drifting into the flames of the fire. I miss the market days the most. Once a week, we all gather beneath the oldest tree. We trade food, clothes, small gifts and stories, because we don't have money, only what we can give one another. My mother is a negotiator, so she often speaks with other villages or people from other planets. Many move away because there isn't room for everyone at home. It's normal for some to work far away, on new planets, and be allowed to settle there. I have friends who live several worlds away, but we send letters and visit each other when we can. For a moment she fell silent, letting her eyes wander across the farmyard as if she were seeing the wide fields and gentle hills of home. My favourite place is a hidden meadow at the foot of a mountain where blue flowers grow as large as you. When I was sad, I would go there and lie down in the grass. You can hear the birds sing and feel that the world doesn't wish you harm. It's not just my home, it's a part of me. She took a deep breath, feeling the calm spread through her. We're taught from a young age to take care of each other and of nature. We only borrow from the world. We don't own the land. If someone is sick, everyone helps. We don't have much technology, only in hospitals or if someone works with trade or the military. Most things are still done by hand. We read books, collect stories, and build things together. She laughed softly and looked around. And yes, we don't have big cities or noise. That's why everything here feels so exciting to me. Your machines, cars, lights, all the busyness. It almost feels like magic. The conversation continued for a while longer. People asked questions about the animals, their festivals, and what it felt like to know everyone in the village. Camilla answered openly, but one could hear in her voice that she was both proud and a little homesick. Caspar listened in silence, his eyes flicking between the fire and Camilla's face. He couldn't make it add up. How could someone from such a beautiful and peaceful place do what had happened yesterday? But he didn't say anything yet. The question smouldered inside him, and when Camilla later withdrew toward her tent, he remained seated alone as the fire burned low. The question he carried was not his alone, it belonged to the entire town. He knew it had to be asked, and it would come. Chapter 16. The Question That Cannot Be Avoided. The evening darkness lay heavy over the farmyard. The bonfire had burned down to glowing embers, and only a few voices carried through the night. Some people began to tidy up. Marie brushed crumbs off the table, while Henrik fetched more firewood for the fire pit. But around Camilla, the silence hung thick, as if everyone were waiting for something that had not yet been said. Caspar sat a little apart from the others, his hands clasped around his knees. He looked at Camilla with a gaze that was both cautious and direct. One could feel that he had been carrying the question all evening, and now there was no longer any way around it. "Camilla," he began, his voice low but steady. "May I ask you something? Why did you do it yesterday? Why did you attack the city?" For a moment, everything went quiet. Even the night creatures seemed to fall silent. Henrik's face tightened, and he cast a warning glance at his son. "Caspar, we talked about this." But Camilla shook her head slightly. She sat uneasily, clasping her hands around her knees and staring down at the grass in front of her, as if searching for the answer there. No one spoke further before she did. She felt the weight of their eyes, the pressure of everyone's silence. Then she drew a deep breath, felt her heart pounding, not with anger, but with something that felt like sorrow and shame. "It didn't feel like an attack to me," she began, her voice low and broken. I didn't think of it as war or destruction. Everything just went dark. I couldn't feel anything except curiosity and a feeling I can't explain. I thought, or hoped, that it would become an adventure. She looked up, her eyes glistening in the glow of the embers. In my world, we grow up with stories about the small people, your people. Some say you're dangerous, others that you're fascinating. I've always been curious. In my village, we share everything. We help one another. I never understood that I could frighten anyone just by being myself. Camilla bit her lip. Her hands trembled slightly as she continued. I didn't know that something so big could come from something that felt so small to me. I just wanted to see how you lived. I thought that if I was careful, if I just paid attention, then nothing would go wrong. But it was as if everything happened too fast. When I stepped out of the portal, everything went dark for me. The sounds, the light, your voices. I couldn't hear what you were saying. It all became overwhelming. I wasn't myself. It wasn't because I wanted to hurt anyone. She fell silent for a moment, letting her gaze drift up toward the sky, where the stars had begun to appear. My friends, they pushed me too. They said it would be cool if I brought something back. That I could show them I dared. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to do something the others didn't dare to do. I didn't think about what it could mean for you, or how frightened you might become. I only understood it when it was already too late. Camilla felt her voice break. She tried to hold herself together, but tears burned behind her eyes. It felt like I suddenly became a giant in a dollhouse. I saw your faces, saw your fear. It dawned on me that everything I'd heard hadn't prepared me for how it would feel to stand in the middle of it. I'm sorry. More than I can say. She remained seated for a while, listening to the silence and the soft sounds from the farm. Footsteps, quiet laughter, the faint clinking of cutlery. Then she drew a shaky breath, gathered her things, the large basket of fruit, the blanket now damp with dew, and slowly stood up. I'm sorry, she whispered. I need to be alone. She rose to her full height, and even though she was larger than any of them, she seemed smaller than ever. Without looking back, she walked quietly across the grass, each step sending gentle vibrations through the ground. Her body felt heavy, her shoulders slumped, her head bowed. She disappeared into the shadows, out into the darkness toward her tent, where only the night and the stars heard how she cried. Behind her, the others remained seated, and no one said a word. Not because they had no more questions, but because Camilla's answer echoed deeper than any explanation, and left behind the silence that comes when someone has spoken the truth. Chapter 17. The Night Visit. Camilla sat for a long time inside her tent, wrapped in her large sleeping bag, while the darkness outside pressed against the thick canvas walls. Her cheeks were still damp from the evening's tears, and her thoughts circled endlessly, about everything she had done and how she could ever earn their trust again. She knew her mother was right. It wouldn't be easy. Still, it felt heavier than words could explain. Outside, the wind whispered softly through the grass, and muted voices and clinking sounds drifted from the farm. Then suddenly, a strange noise cut through the night. A growling, chugging roar, a kind of mechanical hum that grew louder and then stopped abruptly close to her tent. Camilla sat up, her heart pounding. She didn't recognize the sound, but it felt both threatening and exciting. Then a voice called out, "Hey, can I talk to you?" She froze for a moment, but then she recognized who the voice belonged to. Casper. A mix of relief and curiosity washed over her, and she carefully crawled toward the tent opening, pulled the canvas aside, and looked down. In the darkness stood Casper, slightly shy, but clearly determined. Beside him was a strange little two-wheeled vehicle, gleaming in the light from the farm lamps. Camilla carefully sat down so she wouldn't tower over him unnecessarily, bringing herself closer to his eye level. She tilted her head slightly. "Hi, Casper. Why did you come?" she asked, her voice still a little hoarse. Casper looked up at her and hesitated before stepping a little closer. I wanted to say sorry," he said quietly. Camilla blinked in surprise. "Sorry? For what?" He took a deep breath. "It wasn't nice of me to ask all those questions in front of everyone. I shouldn't have pushed you like that. I can see now how hard it must have been for you to answer. I was thinking about what everyone else was saying and I didn't want to be like them. That wasn't fair to you." Camilla listened, and for the first time that evening she felt a calm spread through her chest. She smiled faintly, her gaze warm. "Thank you, Casper. It means a lot that you say that. You didn't do anything wrong. I just wish I could explain myself better what went wrong in the city. I barely remember everything that happened. It just felt like chaos. Everything was too much, and I forgot how big I was and how small you all were. I wish I could undo it. I'm just so sorry, and I want to do everything I can to make things right again." Casper nodded, scuffing the gravel with his foot, as if gathering courage. "I believe you. I really do. I can see that you're trying, and I'd like to help you feel at home here. You deserve that." She felt something lift inside her, almost like a small spark of joy she thought she'd lost for the night. "Really?" she asked softly. "You want to help me?" "Yes," Casper said, finally looking directly at her. "You can always ask me, even if the others are being stupid." There was a pause. Then he patted his thighs and laughed a little awkwardly. "But I should probably head home now, or my dad will get mad. It's late." He pointed to the vehicle beside him. Camilla looked at it curiously. "What is that thing?" Casper smiled, his pride showing for a moment. "That? It's my scooter. It can go much faster than walking. I use it every day to get to school and around town." He climbed on, put his helmet on, and started the engine, which hummed like a small animal waking up. Camilla's eyes widened with fascination. "That's really cool. It almost sounds like an angry bee." Casper laughed, shook his head, and waved. "Good night, Camilla. See you tomorrow." "Good night, Casper," she replied, waving carefully with a hand larger than the entire scooter. She watched as he sped off down the gravel road, the small light at the back of the scooter blinking in the darkness. When the silence settled again, Camilla slowly retreated into the tent, closed it, and crawled back into her sleeping bag with a soft sigh. For the first time in days, she didn't feel only guilt, but hope as well. She smiled faintly in the dark, breathed slowly, and felt her body finally begin to relax. Before closing her eyes, she thought of Casper, his courage, his apology, and the way he had looked at her, simply as she was. She didn't feel quite so alone anymore. Maybe it really could be possible to become part of their world. Maybe she could still do something good, after all. With that thought, she drifted quietly into sleep, while the nighttime whisper of the fields sang her into a dream that, for the first time, was filled not only with fear, but with a fragile, growing hope.
Chapter 17. A New Morning. The sun had already begun to warm the tent fabric when Camilla slowly woke up. Light seeped through the cloth and painted soft patterns across the sleeping bag. For a moment, she just lay still and listened. Outside, she could hear the sounds of morning, wind moving through the grass, birds calling to each other, and farther away, the familiar sound of work, metal striking metal. A tractor starting. Voices. Henrik. Camilla blinked the sleep out of her eyes and sat up. Her body felt heavy, but not in the same way as the night before. Something inside her felt lighter now. She could still feel the sadness over what had happened in the city, but Casper had been right. She had to try to make things better, one day at a time. She crawled out of the sleeping bag and started getting ready. She rolled the mattress together, folded the blanket neatly, and took a quick drink of water from one of the containers. Outside, she could hear Henrik's voice more clearly now. "Careful with that, Daniel. If it tips over, we'll spend the whole day picking it up again." "Relax," Daniel replied with a laugh. Camilla gently pushed the tent flap aside and stepped out into the morning sun. Dew still covered the grass, and the field shimmered faintly. Not far away, Henrik was working with Daniel and Maya near a pile of wooden planks they were moving toward the barn. Henrik was the first to notice her. "Good morning, Camilla," he called and waved. Daniel and Maya stopped and turned toward her too. "Good morning," Maya said with a friendly smile. Camilla smiled back and raised her hand in a careful greeting. "Good morning." She looked around for a moment. The farm felt different in daylight, more alive. Chickens wandered between the machines, a dog ran across the yard, and out on the field the cows were already grazing. Then she looked back at Henrik. Henrik?" she said a bit hesitantly. "Do you know where Casper is?" Henrik wiped his hands on his work pants and looked up at her. "He's at school right now," he answered. "He won't be home until around 2, so you'll have to wait a bit if you want to talk to him again." Camilla nodded slowly. She knew humans had school, but she hadn't really thought about the fact that his day had started long before hers. "But right now," Henrik continued, pointing toward the road, "you need some breakfast." Camilla followed his gaze, and down on the gravel road, she could see a truck just backing into the farm. It wasn't very big in her eyes, but she could clearly see crates and containers on the back. "There's some food for you," Henrik explained. "Something for breakfast and something for lunch. You do eat a bit more than the rest of us." Daniel laughed quietly. Camilla blushed a little and smiled shyly. Henrik turned back to Daniel and Maya. "You two can just keep working here. I'll go with Camilla and explain the plan for today." "We've got it," Daniel replied. Henrik started walking toward the farmyard, and Camilla slowly followed him across the field. She watched where she placed her feet so she wouldn't destroy anything. When they reached the yard, Henrik turned and looked up at her. "So," he said calmly, "now that you've settled in a bit, we should also start your work here." Camilla felt a small nervousness in her stomach, but also a bit of excitement. "I'm ready," she said quietly. Henrik smiled. "Good. Then let's start with something that won't scare the entire town." Chapter 18. First Steps Toward the City. Camilla sat at the edge of the farmyard with her legs slightly pulled in under her as she carefully opened one of the large containers from the truck. Inside, the food was neatly packed: vegetables, some fruit, bread, and something that looked like energy bars. It looked fine, but when she took the first bite, she almost stopped immediately. The taste was flat. Not bad, just empty. She chewed slowly, trying to hide it, but her face still revealed her a little. She took another bite, this time more deliberately, as if she wanted to convince herself that it was fine. Henrik wasn't far away and noticed it right away. "Doesn't it taste quite like it should?" he asked calmly, leaning against the fence. Camilla looked up quickly, almost a little startled at being noticed. She smiled faintly and shook her head. No, it's fine," she said, a little too quickly. Henrik raised an eyebrow, walked over, and picked up one of the packages himself. He opened it, took a bite, and stopped mid-motion. "Okay," he said honestly and shrugged. "That tastes like something that's been sitting in a box for way too long." Camilla couldn't help but laugh a little, a quiet, relieved laugh. "It's not that bad." She tried again, but this time it was obvious she was just trying to be polite. Henrik shook his head. "No. If you're going to be here, then you should also have proper food, not just something that can last for several months." He wiped his hands and looked up at her. "I'll contact the people who sent this. It needs to be better." Camilla looked at him, a bit surprised at how direct he was. "It's really okay," she said quietly. "I'm just happy to have something." "And that's good," Henrik replied calmly. "But that doesn't mean we can't make it better." She nodded slightly, and this time she let herself smile a bit more genuinely. It felt nice that someone didn't just accept things as they were, but actually wanted to make them better for her. They sat in silence for a while as she continued eating, more slowly now, without forcing herself. Henrik stayed nearby, and after a moment he started again. The plan for today is pretty simple. Simon and Sophie will be here soon. They're going to take you into the city. Camilla stopped in the middle of a bite. The city, she repeated quietly. She felt it immediately, the knot in her stomach tightening. Images from yesterday pressed forward, even though she couldn't remember everything. Sounds, movement, chaos. She nodded anyway. I understand. Henrik noticed but didn't say too much. You don't have to do anything big today. Just show yourself. Show that you're calm. That's enough. Before Camilla could reply, a voice sounded behind them. Good timing. I think I heard someone talking about us. Camilla turned her head quickly, and her face lit up slightly when she saw Sophie walking across the farmyard. Behind her came Simon, as always a bit more serious in his expression. Hi, Camilla said and raised her hand in a friendly greeting. Good morning, Camilla, Sophie replied with a smile. Ready for your first real day? Simon gave a short nod. Good morning. Camilla looked between them and Henrik, her fingers tightening slightly around the edge of the food container. I think so, she said honestly. Henrik pushed himself away from the fence. Then let's get you ready. The sooner we leave, the better. Things quickly became more lively in the farmyard. Simon checked some equipment, Sophie briefly explained the plan, and Henrik made sure everything was as it should be. Camilla slowly stood up. She could feel everything clearly now, the wind against her skin, the ground under her feet, and the nervousness sitting like tension throughout her body. The city was waiting. She took a deep breath and looked down at the others. Okay, she whispered more to herself than to them. Then she took the first step. And this time, she knew exactly how much it meant. Chapter 19, The City That Remembers. The car rolled slowly along the road, gravel crunching under the tires, dust rising in small clouds behind them. Camilla walked beside it, each step carefully measured, as if she was constantly measuring the ground beneath her. She barely dared lift her feet too high, afraid of doing something wrong again. The closer they got to the city, the clearer the sounds became. Voices. Many voices. She could see them before she could really hear them. Small figures gathering along the sides of the roads, on sidewalks, near shops and houses. Some stood completely still and stared up. Others pointed. Some waved carefully. Look, it's her. She came back. She looks different. Children stood close to their parents, some hiding behind their legs, others carefully waving up at her with small hands. A little girl waved eagerly, and her mother placed a hand on her shoulder. Not to stop her, but as protection. Camilla slowly raised her hand and waved back. For a moment, it almost felt normal, but then it changed. Further into the city, the voices began to shift. People stepped away. Some turned around and walked quickly. Doors were closed. Curtains were pulled shut. A man quickly pulled his bicycle away without looking up, and then the words came. It's her! Stay away! What is she doing here again? She shouldn't be here. The friendly voices were still there, but they were drowned out. The angry voices cut through everything else like knives in the air. Camilla felt it hit her like blows she couldn't see. She stopped walking. In front of her was the area. Even though it had been cleaned up, even though the rubble had been removed, she could still see it. Empty spaces where buildings had once stood, cracks in the road, new materials that didn't quite fit in yet. She could feel it in her body. Here, this was the place. Images began to flash in her mind. Blurry but strong, steps, sounds, panic. She saw herself walking there, but it felt like someone else, like she was watching it from the outside. I was here, she whispered. Tears began to push forward, quietly at first, then more clearly. She stood completely still in the middle of everything, as if the world around her had stopped. People began whispering again. She's just standing there. What is she doing? Is she okay? Simon stopped the car and quickly stepped out together with Sophie. Camilla, he called up. Sophie walked a little closer, her voice calm but firm. Camilla, look at us. It took a moment, but slowly Camilla moved. She sank down onto her knees so she was closer to them, her hands trembling slightly as she wiped her eyes. It's hard, I know, Sophie said gently. It's not something that just disappears. Camilla looked at her, still with tears in her eyes. They hate me, she whispered. Simon shook his head slightly. Some do. Yes, that's true. He didn't look away from it. He didn't hide it. But not everyone. Sophie gently held out a hand as if she wanted to show something important. Look over there, she said. Camilla followed her gaze. Not far away stood a small group of people. They didn't stand close, not comfortably, but they stood there. They didn't run. They didn't shout. They just looked up at her. Nervous, uncertain. But they stayed. An old man. A woman with folded hands. A child half hiding behind his father, but still looking. They're here because they know you came back to do the right thing, Sophie said quietly. They've already chosen to give you a chance. Camilla stared at them. They were small, so small, but they stayed anyway. Her chest tightened, but not in the same way as before. It still hurt, but there was something else too, something warm, something that felt like hope. Then show them, Sophie continued. Show them who you are. Not what happened yesterday, but who you are now. Camilla took a slow breath. She wiped her eyes again, this time more firmly. Then she nodded. I will, she said quietly but firmly. I promise. She lifted her gaze again, not toward the angry voices, but toward those who had stayed. Chapter 20. Working in the Shadow of the Past. Camilla stood still for a moment, looking at the people who hadn't run away. They were still there, some with their arms crossed, others with their hands folded in front of them. She could feel their uncertainty, but also something else, a quiet decision to stay. She took a deep breath and slowly began walking toward the work area. Every step was careful, not like yesterday, not like in the dream. She kept looking down, adjusting her weight, feeling the ground beneath her as if she were learning how to walk again. The sounds of work became clearer. Hammers, metal, voices shouting instructions. And in the middle of it all stood a woman. She wore work clothes, dusty and worn, and her hands clearly showed many hours of labor. She stood with a tablet in her hand, speaking briefly and precisely with the others. Her voice was deep and calm, the kind of voice people listen to without asking questions. When Camilla approached, the woman turned around. She didn't hesitate. She walked a few steps forward, so she stood directly under Camilla and looked up. Camilla, she said and gave a short nod. My name is Lean. I'm in charge here. Camilla slowly sank down onto her knees so she wouldn't seem so overwhelming. Hi, she said carefully. Lean crossed her arms and looked at her for a moment, not with fear, but with evaluation. You're here to work, she said. Good. Then we work. There were no soft words, no apologies, only the task. Camilla nodded. We have about 5 hours of work today, Lean continued and pointed around. We're still cleaning up and rebuilding. That means we need lifting, a lot of lifting. She pointed toward a row of trucks that were waiting. Your first task, the trucks that come in, you lift the materials off and place them where we show you, slowly and carefully. Don't throw anything. Camilla nodded quickly. Okay. Next, Lean continued, there are some beams we can't hold in place ourselves. You keep them stable while we secure them. No movement until we tell you. She pointed toward a half-finished house, and if there are larger pieces of brick or metal stuck somewhere, you're the one who loosens them, not pull, lift. Do you understand the difference? Yes, Camilla said quietly. Lean nodded with satisfaction. That's good. She briefly turned toward the other workers. You heard that. We use her as support, not as a bulldozer. A few of the workers laughed nervously, others just nodded. Camilla could feel the eyes on her again, not only from the workers close by, but also from farther away. A group of people stood behind a barrier. They kept their distance, but they didn't leave. Some had their arms crossed, others stood with their hands in their pockets. A few children stood a little in front, lifted up by their parents so they could see better. It was obvious. It wasn't every day you saw a giant girl working in the middle of a human city. The first truck rolled in. The engine rumbled, and the driver looked up at Camilla when he stopped. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Camilla walked over to the truck bed. She slowly sat down, reached out her hand, and stopped just before touching anything. She took a breath. Not too fast, not too hard. She lifted the first crate, slowly, carefully, as if it could break just by being looked at. She placed it down exactly where Lean pointed. No cracks, no damage, just work. Good, Lean shouted. That's it. Something changed slightly in the air, not much, but enough. Camilla continued. She lifted more crates, one after another. She held a large beam in place while 3 workers screwed it into position. She removed a piece of broken wall without knocking down the rest of it. She held a metal frame steady while sparks from welding flew close past her fingers. Time passed, slowly, steadily, and for the first time since she arrived, nothing went wrong. She did it right. Every time she lifted something, she looked down, not just to be careful, but to see them, to understand them. And some of them began to look back, not with fear, but with something that looked like respect. Far behind the barriers still stood the others, the ones who just watched, the ones who still didn't quite know what to believe. But they didn't leave. They stayed, and Camilla kept working. Chapter 21. Voices from the Ground. The sun stood high now, and the heat lay heavy over the city. Dust hung in the air, mixed with the sounds of work, metal being cut, wood being lifted, voices calling short messages back and forth. In the middle of it all, Camilla worked. She had found a rhythm. Every movement was calm, controlled. She lifted a beam and held it perfectly still while 2 workers secured it. She moved a pallet of bricks without a single one falling. When someone pointed, she nodded and did exactly what they asked. And sometimes she smiled. Not big, not like before, but enough that the ones closest to her began to smile back. "A little to the left," a man shouted. "Like this?" she asked and adjusted slightly. "Perfect." A few of the workers began to relax more. One of them, an older man with a dusty cap, lightly patted her finger when she held a panel for him. "You learn fast," he said with a crooked smile. Camilla laughed quietly. "I'm just trying not to break anything." "That's a good start," he replied. Lean stood a bit away, watching. She didn't say much, but her short nod said enough. Further down the street, away from the construction area, a small group of teenagers stood near a stand where sandwiches and soda were being sold. Casper stood with his friends. They had finished school and gone down to the city, like many others. But today there was something else drawing them. Her. They could all see her from there, the large figure moving between buildings, slowly, carefully. "I don't get it," Emil said and took a bite of his sandwich. "Why is that monster still here?" "Yeah," Victor said. "She should just go home. She causes more damage than she helps." Casper didn't say anything. He just stood and watched her lift a beam, watched her stop, wait until a worker nodded before she moved again. He could feel it in his stomach. Something didn't add up. "She destroyed half the city," Emil continued, "and now she just walks around like, stop." Casper hadn't raised his voice before, but now he did. The others looked at him, surprised. "I've talked to her," he said, his voice firm. "She's not like you think." "Oh, really?" Victor said sarcastically. "Yes," Casper continued. "She's sorry. She's actually trying." "That doesn't matter," a voice interrupted. Frida. She stepped forward from the group, her eyes hard, her voice sharp. "You weren't there," she said, looking straight at Casper. "I was." It became quiet. "I was there when it happened," she continued, her voice rising. "I saw her. I ran. I thought I was going to die." Casper didn't say anything. "She wasn't careful," Frida said. "She didn't even see us. We were just nothing to her." She pointed toward Camilla in the distance. "And now? Now she's just allowed to walk around here, work a little, and then everything is okay?" "That's not what I'm saying," Casper began. "No," Frida interrupted. "You're defending her." Her voice was shaking now. "Not only from anger. She doesn't go to prison. She isn't sent away. She gets to stay. And then what?" She took a step closer to him. "What if she does it again? What if more like her come? Next time it might not be a child." The words hung in the air. Casper looked down for a moment, he thought, about what she said, about what he himself had seen. Then he looked up again. "I understand you, but," he said quietly. "Really?" Frida hesitated. "But," he continued and looked toward Camilla. "Look at her." The others turned. Camilla stood in the middle of the work. She held a large metal frame completely still while 3 people worked underneath it. She didn't move. She waited. She listened. "That," Casper said, "is not someone who doesn't care." Frida didn't say anything. "That's not someone who wants to hurt people," he continued. "That's someone who's trying to make things right." Frida looked at him for a moment. Then she shook her head. "I hope you're right," she said quietly. She turned and walked away. The others followed, quieter now. Casper stayed where he was, alone. He stood in the middle of the street with the sounds of the city around him, voices, work, life. And then he looked at her. Camilla. She laughed quietly at something a worker said. A small smile, a real one this time. Casper felt something in his chest. He smiled too. Chapter 22. One Step Closer. The sounds of work continued around her, but for Camilla it was as if the world had found a calmer rhythm. Her hands still moved with the same careful precision, lifting, holding, waiting, but there was something different in her movements now, something lighter. Then she heard a voice. Hi. It was small compared to everything else, almost drowned in the noise of machines and voices, but she recognized it immediately. Camilla stopped. She slowly lowered what she was holding and turned her head. There he was, Casper, with a cola in one hand and a hot dog in the other, as if he wasn't quite sure what to do with himself. He looked up at her with a slightly shy smile, his shoulders a little tense. Camilla felt warmth rise in her cheeks. She blushed faintly, almost surprised by her own reaction, and slowly sat down so she was closer to him without seeming threatening. "Hi," she replied softly. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then he lifted the hot dog slightly. "I thought you might be hungry?" Camilla couldn't help but smile. It looked almost comically small in her eyes, but the thought behind it made something inside her loosen. "Thank you," she said quietly. "That's really sweet of you." She took it carefully between two fingers, as if it were something fragile, and lifted it up. Even the smallest movement felt big compared to him, but she did her best. Casper noticed it. How she thought about every single movement. They started talking, at first a little awkwardly, about the day, about the work, about how it was going. "You're doing pretty well," he said and took a sip of his cola. "I thought, well..." He stopped himself. Camilla looked at him, still with the small smile. "That I would destroy everything again?" He shrugged, a little embarrassed. "Yeah, maybe a little." She nodded slowly. "I understand that." There was no defense in her voice, no anger, just honesty. It made things easier. "School was boring today," he continued then, as if he needed to change the subject. "We had math for 3 hours." Camilla laughed softly. 3 hours? That sounds hard." "It was," he said, "but I like science." She tilted her head slightly, curious. "What do you learn there?" And then he started explaining about the teacher, about experiments, about how they had been working with energy and materials. Camilla listened, really listened. Her eyes followed him, her expression open and interested, as if what he was saying actually mattered, not just small talk. "That sounds interesting," she said honestly. "We didn't have that, not in the same way." Casper looked up at her. "Really?" She shook her head slightly. "No, it was more nature itself we learned from." Before he could ask more, a new voice appeared. "So you're here again, huh?" Lean. She walked over with firm steps, her arms crossed, but with a small smile at the corner of her mouth. She stopped next to Casper and gave him a pat on the back. A bit too hard. "Ow!" he said and pulled in a sharp breath, but then he laughed. "You can handle it," she said dryly. She turned toward Camilla and looked up. "You did good today." Camilla straightened slightly, surprised by the praise. "Thank you." Lean gave a short nod. "You can actually take the rest of the day off now. We'll handle the rest." Camilla blinked. "Really?" "Yes," Lean said and briefly looked toward the road. "Then we don't have to wait for Simon and Sophie either." She glanced at Casper. "If it's okay with you that he walks around with you for a bit." Casper froze for a moment. He looked up at Camilla. She looked back. There was a short moment of silence between them. Not awkward, just a choice. "That's fine," he said then. Camilla's smile grew. Not just the small, careful smile from before. A real one. She slowly stood up, her body still heavy after the day's work, but lighter inside. She brushed the dust off her hands and looked down at him. "So, where should we go?" she asked. Casper shrugged, but there was a spark in his eyes now. "We can just walk a bit." And they did. They moved through the city together. Casper walked on the ground like he always had. But beside him, or rather above him, walked Camilla. Big, visible, impossible to ignore. People stopped, some stared, some stepped away. But not everyone. Some whispered, some pointed. A few children waved carefully. Camilla noticed everything. She walked slowly, watched where she placed her feet, kept a little extra distance from the buildings. But she wasn't walking alone anymore. Casper walked beside her, hands in his pockets, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. And for the first time since she arrived, The city didn't feel quite so hostile anymore. Chapter 23. A Place to Breathe. They moved through the city at a calm pace. Camilla kept her steps small as she could, and still each step felt heavy against the ground. She constantly looked down, judging distances, people, cars. Her gaze moved between the street and the horizon, as if she was always trying to stay one step ahead of something that could go wrong. Beside her walked Casper, hands in his pockets, looking ahead, but with small side glances up at her, as if he was checking how she was doing. "My school isn't far from here," he suddenly said and pointed ahead. "If you want to see it." Camilla hesitated. She looked in the direction he pointed, but her eyes instead caught the people around them. A mother pulling her child a little closer, a man who stopped and just stared, a couple of teenagers whispering to each other. She slowly took a breath. "That sounds nice," she said, but there was an uncertainty in her voice she couldn't hide. Casper stopped. He turned fully toward her now and looked up. She wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the city, at the people, at the distance between them and her. He thought for a moment. Then he lightly clapped his hands together. "Wait," he said. "I have a better idea." Camilla blinked and looked down at him. "A better one?" He nodded, a small smile at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, there's a place, a bit outside the city. Not that many people." She only hesitated for a second, then she nodded. "Okay." They turned away from the busiest streets and started walking toward the edge of the city. Slowly, the sounds changed. Less noise, fewer voices, more air. But people were still there. Some stopped and looked, some waved carefully, others turned away or stepped aside. Camilla noticed everything. Every reaction, every small movement. She felt it like small stings in her chest, but she didn't say anything. She just kept walking. "It probably won't change right away," she thought quietly to herself. Casper walked beside her as if it was completely normal, as if she didn't fill his entire field of vision. After a while, the area opened up. The buildings became fewer, and in front of them a large building rose, wide, with bright stone and tall columns. A museum. Camilla stopped. She looked at it. There were statues outside, figures carved in stone, people and animals in motion, frozen in the middle of something that had once meant something. "It's pretty," she said quietly. She leaned forward a little to look closer, but stopped herself. "I don't think I can go inside," she added with a small, almost shy laugh. Casper laughed too. "Yeah, that might be a bit difficult." He pointed to the side. "But that's not what I wanted to show you. Come." He walked on, and she followed. Around the building, and then it opened up. A park. Green, alive, calm. Trees stretched toward the sky, their leaves moving gently in the wind. Flowers in different colors were scattered like small spots of life in the grass. Paths curved through everything. And people, but not many. Elderly people sat on benches enjoying the sun. Parents walked slowly with their children. A few people lay in the grass looking up at the sky. No one ran. No one shouted. It was quiet in a different way. Camilla stopped. She looked out over everything. Something inside her settled. Casper looked up at her. "I usually come here with my friends," he said. "We don't really do much. We just sit and relax." She looked down at him. Then at the park again. A small smile appeared. "I understand why." She slowly sat down at the edge of the park, away from the nearest people, so she wouldn't take up too much space. The ground sank slightly under her weight, but she was careful. Casper sat down in the grass in front of her. Camilla took her bag. She opened it and found her water bottle, took a sip and let her shoulders drop a little. Then she took some of her food and quietly began to eat. She looked around, at the trees, at the light between the leaves, at the small people who were just living. No panic, no chaos, just calm. She took a deep breath, and for the first time in a long time, it felt okay just to be there. Chapter 24. Small Moments, Big Differences. Time passed quietly in the park. The sounds were softer here. Leaves rustling gently, quiet voices, a child laughing in the distance. Camilla sat with her legs pulled slightly in, so she took up as little space as possible, letting her gaze drift over the surroundings. Her shoulders were no longer tense in the same way. Casper sat in the grass in front of her, leaning back slightly on his hands. They talked, not about anything heavy, just things. "So you don't have cars?" he asked, looking up. Camilla shook her head slightly. No, we use animals, or we walk. That must take a long time, he said. It does, she replied with a small smile. But you see more on the way. Casper nodded slowly, as if trying to imagine it. She looked at him for a moment. What about you? You said you like being here. He shrugged a little. Yeah, it's just nice. No one expects anything. Camilla let that sentence hang for a moment. She understood it better than she wanted to admit. They sat in silence for a moment, not awkward, just calm. Then suddenly a new voice appeared. What the? Both of them looked up. A boy was walking toward them, a little faster than the others in the park. His movements were lively, almost bouncy, as if he was always just about to run instead of walk. He stopped abruptly when he saw Camilla. His eyes grew wide. Whoa! He leaned his head back to see all of her. You are huge. Casper couldn't help but laugh a little. Yeah, this is Camilla. The boy blinked, as if his brain needed a moment to catch up with what his eyes were seeing. I thought you were joking, he said quickly, looking back at Casper. You usually joke, but this... He looked up again. This is not a joke. Camilla couldn't help but laugh softly. No, I guess I'm not. The boy straightened up again, and a grin quickly spread across his face. This is so cool, he said, and took a few quick steps closer. Hi, my name is Mikkel. He seemed completely relaxed. No fear, just pure curiosity and energy. Hi, Mikkel, Camilla replied, still a little surprised by his reaction. Wow, okay, you're really big, he continued, almost walking in a small circle as if he was trying to understand her size from every angle. Can you, run fast, or is that hard? Casper shook his head slightly. You always start with the weirdest questions. That's important, Mikkel said quickly. If I was that big, I would run around all the time. Camilla smiled. I think that would create more problems than it would solve. Mikkel thought for a moment. Yeah, okay, fair enough. He suddenly sat down in the grass next to Casper without even thinking about it. So, where are you from? He asked, looking up again. Camilla began telling him a little. About her world, about nature, about the villages, about how they lived closer to each other. Mikkel listened, or tried to. He interrupted sometimes, asked questions, jumped a bit between topics. Wait, so you don't have phones? What do you do if you get bored? We talk to each other, she replied with a small laugh. Okay, that's weird, he said honestly. Casper laughed, but it worked, somehow. There was something light about it, something that didn't feel heavy or judgmental, just normal. But not everyone saw it that way. A bit further away, behind some trees at the edge of the park, Frida stood. She had seen them the whole time. Her gaze was locked on them, on Camilla, on Casper, and now also on Mikkel, who had just sat down as if nothing was wrong. Her hands clenched tightly. She could feel it in her body, the anger, the confusion. How can they just sit there, she thought, as if it was normal, as if nothing had happened? She looked at Camilla. The large figure in the middle of something that used to feel safe. She remembered the sounds, the chaos, the fear. She took a sharp breath. It's a monster. The words were quiet, only for herself. But her expression didn't soften. If anything, it hardened. She stood there a little longer. Then she turned abruptly and walked away. But the feeling didn't leave her. Not even close. Chapter 25. View from Another World. Time passed almost unnoticed. The sun had moved across the sky, the light had become warmer, more golden, and the shadows from the trees in the park had grown longer. The voices around them had changed too, calmer now, as if the day was slowly beginning to let go. Casper noticed it first. He looked up at the sky, then at his watch, and straightened a little. We should probably head back soon, he said. Camilla followed his gaze. She hadn't thought about the time herself, but when she saw the light and felt the quiet change in the air, she nodded slowly. Yes, you're probably right. Mikkel sighed dramatically and leaned back in the grass. Already? He said, putting his arms behind his head. It was just getting fun. Casper laughed. You can come again tomorrow. Mikkel quickly sat up again as if that idea had hit something in him. Yes, I will, he said immediately and pointed between them. You're coming too, right? Camilla smiled down at him. If I'm allowed, then yes. Of course you are, he said, as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. He stood up, brushed some grass off his pants, and waved. See you tomorrow. See you, Casper replied. Camilla carefully lifted her hand and waved too. Mikkel turned and ran off, his steps fast and uneven, as if he had too much energy to just walk. They watched him for a moment. Then it became quiet again. Camilla looked down at Casper. She hesitated for a moment. There was something in her expression, a mix of shyness and a quiet thought she didn't quite know how to say out loud. "Casper?" she said. He looked up. She blushed faintly again, her gaze drifting away for a brief second before she gathered the courage. "Would you maybe sit on my shoulder?" she asked quietly. He blinked, surprised. Not by the idea itself, but by the way she asked. As if she wasn't sure she was allowed. A small smile appeared. "Yes," he said. "I'd like that." Camilla slowly bent down toward the ground, her movements calm and controlled. She placed a hand next to him, open and steady. Casper stepped onto it. She lifted him carefully, as if he weighed almost nothing, which he did in her world, and brought him up toward her shoulder. He sat down, at first a little stiff. Then he found his balance. "Are you sitting okay?" she asked and turned her head slightly to look at him. "Yeah, I think so," he said, but his gaze had already started to wander. Camilla straightened up, and the world changed, for him. Everything became bigger, more open, more distant. He could see over the trees now, over the paths, over the people in the park, who suddenly seemed even smaller than before. "Wow," he whispered. He leaned forward a little, eyes wide. "This is incredible." Camilla smiled faintly as she started walking. Each step was soft, but for him it felt like a calm movement through the air. Not uncomfortable, just different. "Is this how you see everything?" he asked. "Yes," she answered quietly. "Most of the time." He looked out again, the city in the distance, the park behind them, the paths winding like thin lines. "I understand why you have to be so careful," he said. She didn't reply to that, but her grip around her own arm tightened slightly. They kept walking, out of the park, past the museum again, which now seemed smaller compared to her height, and further out toward the open area between the city and the farm. There was more space here, less noise, only the wind and the sound of her footsteps. "I'm glad we came out here," Casper said after a while. Camilla nodded slightly. "So am I." There was a pause, not heavy, just calm. Then the farm began to take shape on the horizon. They could see the buildings first, then the fields, and finally the movement of people out there. Henrik and his wife were already busy. A fire had been lit, smoke rising into the cool afternoon air. The table was set up outside, and they could be seen moving back and forth with food and tools. "They're making dinner," Casper said and pointed lightly. Camilla followed his movement with her eyes. Something warm spread in her chest. She slowed down slightly, not because she had to, but because she wasn't in a hurry. For the first time since she arrived, it felt like she was actually going home to something. Chapter 26. Evening Calm, World in Turmoil. As Camilla and Casper approached the farm, they could already see movement down there. Smoke rose from the fire, and several people were moving back and forth between tables and crates. The sound of voices and metal clinking mixed with the soft crunch of gravel under Camilla's feet. Casper was still sitting on her shoulder and could see everything from above. "They're really busy," he said. Camilla smiled faintly. She could see it too now. One by one, the people on the farm stopped what they were doing when they noticed them walking across the field. Henrik was the first to wave. "There you are," he called, shading his eyes from the sun as he looked up at Camilla. "We were starting to get hungry without you." Casper laughed a little, and Camilla slowly sat down so she could lift him down from her shoulder. She held him in her hand for a moment before gently setting him on the ground. His mother came out from the side of the house with a big smile. "Perfect timing," she said. "We made dinner." She pointed toward the other side of the yard. There stood a large pot. Not just large, enormous compared to the people around it. Several people stood on small ladders stirring with long wooden spoons while steam rose into the air. "We figured you probably needed a bit more than our normal portions," Henrik said and laughed. Camilla looked at the pot, and her eyes softened. "You made that for me?" she asked quietly. "Of course," Casper's mother replied. "You work hard, then you should also have proper food." Camilla didn't say anything right away. She just nodded and smiled, but something in her expression showed how much it meant to her. They all sat around the fire afterward. The humans sat on chairs and crates, while Camilla sat a little further away so she wouldn't take up too much space, but still close enough to be part of the conversation. She ate from the large pot using a metal bowl that had been made especially for her. They talked about the day. Henrik talked about the work on the farm. Casper's mother asked about the park. Casper talked about Mikkel and how he had reacted when he saw Camilla for the first time. Camilla laughed softly when she heard that. It all felt normal, like a family sitting around a fire after a long day. The sun went down, and the sky slowly grew darker, first orange, then purple, and finally dark blue. The fire crackled and the air grew cooler. One by one, they began to get tired. Camilla slowly stood up and stretched a little. Her body felt heavy after the work, but in a good way. "I think I'm going to sleep," she said quietly. "You've earned that," Henrik said. "Good night, Camilla," Casper's mother said warmly. "Good night," Casper said and waved. She smiled down at all of them, turned, and walked toward her tent. She crawled inside, placed her bag beside her, and lay down on the blankets. She was tired, very tired, but she lay there looking up at the tent fabric, thinking about the day, the park, the work, Mikkel, Casper on her shoulder, dinner by the fire. She smiled faintly in the darkness. She was looking forward to tomorrow. Inside the house, Casper sat at his desk. His books were open, and he sat with his forehead resting in his hand while he tried to do his homework. Every now and then, he looked out the window toward the tent out in the field. Then he sighed and kept writing. In the living room, his parents sat on the couch watching the news. At first, it was just normal news. Politics, weather, something about an accident on a highway. Then the image changed. A headline appeared on the screen. "Giantess back in Danish city, fear and debate growing." Casper's mother sat up straighter on the couch. "Oh no." Videos appeared on the screen. Recordings of Camilla walking in the city, Camilla lifting materials, Camilla working among small humans. But the news anchor's voice was serious. "This is the same giantess who was previously involved in the destruction that nearly cost several people their lives. Now she has returned and is staying in the area, where she is reportedly helping with reconstruction." Clips of destroyed buildings from earlier were shown. Several citizens are concerned about safety. Some believe she should be removed from the area before something similar happens again. Interview clips appeared. A man, "What if she loses control again? We can't protect ourselves against something like that." A woman, "What if more like her come? What do we do then?" Then other clips appeared, children waving at her. An old man saying she had helped him. A worker saying she had done more in one day than machines could do in a week. "The debate is now dividing the population," the news anchor continued. "Some see her as a danger, others as a help." A final clip appeared. Camilla walking across the field toward the farm in the sunset. Casper's mother placed her hand over her mouth. His father leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and looked seriously at the screen. "This is not going to be easy," he said quietly. "No," she replied. They sat in silence for a moment, both thinking the same thing. This was no longer just something happening on their farm. The whole country was starting to watch now. And the weight on Camilla's shoulders was much bigger than any of them had understood. Chapter 27. The Time That Passed. Several months had passed since the day the sky had opened above the city, and a giant girl had stepped down between the buildings and changed everything. The city still carried the scars from that day. Some facades were new and brighter than the old ones. Some roads were still uneven, and a few empty lots remained as quiet reminders of what had happened. But the city was alive again. People went to work, children went to school, the cafes had opened again, and the sound of ordinary daily life had slowly won over the memories of chaos. On the edge of the city, the great tent that had become Camilla's home still stood. It had been changed several times since that first night. Now a large platform of wood and steel had been built, so she could sit without destroying the ground beneath her. A huge water tank had been made for her, and in several places around the tent stood containers filled with materials she used when she worked in the city. Camilla had worked almost every day since she came back. She lifted rubble, helped build new houses, moved heavy machines when they broke down, and carried great tree trunks from the forest so the city could build new buildings and bridges. She had learned to move slowly, to always look down before setting her foot anywhere, and to ask before touching anything. Her movements were no longer filled with playfulness and curiosity, but with caution and concentration. When she walked through the city now, people no longer ran away the way they had before. Some still did. Some still hid when her shadow slid over the street. But others stood and watched her, and some had even started to wave. The children were the ones who had changed the most. They were still a little afraid, but their curiosity was greater than their fear. Sometimes Camilla sat at the edge of the city, with her feet stretched out over a field, while a group of children stood far away and shouted up to her, asking all kinds of things: what her world looked like, what she ate, whether she could lift a train, whether she could see the sea from where she sat. She answered as best she could, always in a calm voice, so she would not frighten them. But not everyone was happy about her. One day, while Camilla was working to lift a huge steel beam at a construction site, she heard shouting deeper inside the city. At first, she thought it was just ordinary noise, but then she saw police cars and a group of people gathered in a square. They held signs up and shouted something she could not understand, but she could see from their faces that they were not happy. Some of the signs showed pictures of destroyed buildings. Others had drawings of her as a monster. The police stood between them and the rest of the city, trying to make them leave. Some of the protesters pointed up at her and shouted, and even though she did not understand the words, she understood the meaning. She stood completely still with the beam in her hands, afraid to move. A lump rose in her throat. She knew very well that not everyone could forgive her. She knew very well that she had done something that could not simply be forgotten. But it still hurt to see it so clearly. She slowly set the beam down and walked away from the construction site so she would not make anyone nervous. She went all the way out to the edge of the city and sat down on the ground, pulled her knees up, and wrapped her arms around them. She stared down at her hands, the same hands that had destroyed so much on the first day, and that were now trying to build it all back up again. "I know I was stupid," she said quietly to herself. "I know it's my fault." She sat there for a long time, while the wind moved through the grass around her and the city hummed on in the distance. After a while, she heard small voices calling her name. She lifted her head and saw two tiny figures walking down the road toward her. It was Casper and Mikkel. They had their bicycles with them and stopped a short distance from her foot, as they usually did, and waved up at her. "Hi, Camilla," Casper shouted, holding a hand over his eyes so he could look up at her. Mikkel waved too. "We brought cake. My mom baked yesterday." Camilla could not help but smile a little, even though her eyes were still red. She slowly lay down on her side, so her face came closer to the ground, and looked at them with a tired but warm smile. "Thank you," she said softly. "You didn't have to." "Yes, we did," Casper said. "My mom says that without you, they wouldn't have built the new storage building so quickly. She says you work harder than everyone else." Mikkel nodded eagerly. "My dad says you also helped in the forest, so they could get wood for the new houses." Camilla looked at them for a moment and felt something inside her grow a little lighter. "There are still a lot of people who are afraid of me," she said quietly. Casper shrugged. "Yeah, but there are also a lot of people who really like you now." "You just have to give it time." Mikkel nodded. "My little sister says you're the biggest friend in the world." Camilla laughed softly, and for the first time that day, it did not feel heavy to breathe. She rested her head on her arm beside them and looked out over the city in the distance. The city was still not completely hers. Maybe it never would be. But it was no longer only a city that was afraid of her. Slowly, very slowly, it had begun to become a city where some people were actually glad that she was there. Chapter 28. Those Who Did Not Forgive. The sun was setting over the city, and the light lay low between the buildings, so long shadows slid across the streets. Inside the city, behind a row of old warehouse buildings, a group of teenagers stood gathered around a table covered with soda cans, empty chip bags, and an old radio that played music quietly. Frida stood with her arms crossed and looked at the others. Her gaze was hard, and she did not look down at the ground like the others did. She looked at them one by one, as if she was waiting for someone to argue with her. "I'm telling you," she said, This is wrong. Everyone acts like she's a hero now, like she didn't destroy our entire city. One of the boys, Jonas, kicked a small stone. She's helping now. My uncle says they never would have built the new workshop without her. Freda turned quickly toward him. So because she helps now, everything is forgotten? Is that how it works? If I burn your house down and then help build a new one, then we're even? No one said anything. A girl, Emma, bit her lip. I was there that day, she said quietly. I saw her step on cars. I seriously thought I was going to die. Frida nodded slowly. Exactly. And now she plays with kids, gets cake, and people wave at her. It makes no sense. She leaned forward over the table and lowered her voice a little. She shouldn't just be able to come here, destroy everything, and then become the city's pet. But what are you going to do? Jonas asked. We can't stop her. She's a giant. Frida smiled faintly, but there was nothing kind in that smile. We're not going to stop her, she said. We're just going to show her that she's not welcome, that we haven't forgotten anything. She pointed toward some large plastic buckets standing by the wall. Paint. My dad uses it for his company. It's something that's really hard to get off again. If we pour it over her while she's sleeping, she can't just wash it off right away. Then she'll walk around looking like a monster, which is what she is. Emma looked nervous. That might be a bit extreme? Extreme? Frida said and looked straight at her. She almost killed people. She destroyed half the city. People lost their homes. And now you think paint is extreme? Emma said nothing more. Frida looked around at all of them. How many of you were there that day? Slowly, several hands went up. Jonas, Emma, 2 other boys, 1 more girl. So you know what I'm talking about, Frida said quietly. You saw it yourselves. You heard people screaming. You ran. You hid. And now we're just supposed to forget it? She leaned back and crossed her arms again. My big brother has the car tonight, she said. We drive out to her tent. She sleeps heavily. We pour the paint over her and drive away. No one gets hurt, but she'll be told that not everyone loves her. It went quiet for a moment. You could only hear the radio and a car driving by in the distance. Jonas still looked a little unsure. What if we get caught? Frida shrugged. Then we just say we were out driving. No one can prove anything. And do you seriously think the police want to make a big case out of someone pouring paint on her? Emma looked down at the table. I don't know. I'm still a little scared of her. Frida leaned forward and looked her straight in the eyes. That's exactly why, she said quietly. If we don't do something, then she wins. Then she becomes a hero. Then everyone forgets what she did to us. She looked around at all of them again. She destroyed our city, she said. She almost killed people. Many of us were there that day. We ran. We hid. We thought we were going to die. She paused. We need our revenge. Not because we are evil, but because someone has to remind her what she did. She looked at them one by one. Are you with me? A few seconds passed where no one said anything. Then Jonas nodded slowly. Yeah, I'm in. Emma hesitated, but then she nodded too. Okay, but we do it fast. The others nodded one by one. Frida smiled again, the same cold smile as before. Good, she said. Then we do it tonight. Chapter 29. The night everything went wrong. The night was quiet out by the field. The wind moved the tall grass in slow waves, and far away a single dog could be heard barking. Camilla's tent stood like a dark shadow in the landscape, large as a barn, with ropes stretching down into the ground like thick lines. Inside, she slept heavily, wrapped in blankets, her calm breathing making the tent fabric move slightly in and out. Far out on the road, 2 cars approached without lights. The engines were turned off some distance away, and they rolled the last stretch in silence. The doors opened carefully, and a group of teenagers stepped out with large buckets in their hands. Frida closed the door quietly and whispered, Remember, quick in, pour it out, then we run back. The others nodded. You could feel the nervousness now. This was no longer fun talk. This was real. They moved quietly through the grass toward the tent. The closer they got, the bigger it seemed. The tent fabric rose high above them like a wall. One of the girls whispered, She's really big. Frida answered quietly, Just come on. They lifted the tent fabric slightly and crawled inside. Inside the tent, it was dark, but the moonlight seeped through the fabric and drew a giant shadow of Camilla's body. She lay on her side, one arm bent under her head like a pillow, her hair spread across the blanket like a dark lake. Her nightgown lay folded around her body, and her breathing sounded like a deep, slow wind. They stood still for a moment and just stared. She seemed even bigger in here because there was nothing around her to measure her against. "Okay, do it," Frida whispered. They walked up the blankets like a hill toward her shoulder and back. They lifted the buckets. "Now," Frida said. Black paint poured out over her. The cold liquid hit her back, her hair, her nightgown, and ran down over her body in thick, dark streams. Camilla woke with a violent jolt. "What?" She sat halfway up, still half asleep, and looked down at herself. Her hands were black. Her nightgown was soaked with paint. Her hair was sticking together. She breathed quickly, completely confused. "What's happening? What's happening?" Down on the blankets, the teenagers were already running away, laughing and shouting as they ran out of the tent. "Run, run!" Camilla crawled quickly out of the tent after them, still completely dizzy in her head. She came out into the night and saw the 2 cars starting their engines. She stood there in the darkness, black paint all over her body, and watched the cars drive away. She began to shake, first from shock, then from anger. But before the anger really came, something else came instead. She began to cry. Large tears ran down her cheeks and mixed with the black paint. She looked down at her nightgown, at her hands, at the paint dripping down onto the ground. "I'm just trying to help," she whispered quietly to herself. The cars drove fast down the road. Inside the car, several of them were still laughing. "Did you see her face?" one of the boys shouted. "She looked like a ghost." Emma sat quietly and looked back through the rear window. She stopped laughing. She was just standing there crying," she said quietly. Frida sat in the passenger seat and also looked back. In the distance, they could still hear a deep, heavy crying rolling across the fields. "She's looking at us," Emma said. "Yeah, so what?" Frida said. "Why isn't she trying to catch us? She could run over here in a few seconds." No one answered. Suddenly the driver shouted, "What the hell is that?" The car hit something hard at the side of the road. A loud crash sounded, and the car lost control, spun around, and slid directly into a tree with a violent impact. Everything was thrown forward. Glass shattered. Metal crumpled. The engine began to smoke. Out of the car!" the driver shouted. The doors were kicked open, and they stumbled out of the car one by one. Smoke and the smell of gasoline filled the air. "Hurry!" Jonas shouted. They all got out, except Frida. She tried to open the door, but it was stuck. She looked down and saw that her leg was trapped under the dashboard. Wait! My leg is stuck!" she shouted. Flames began to appear from the engine. The others stood outside the car in panic. "We can't get the door open." "There's fire!" Frida began to scream. "Help me! Don't leave! Help me!" Back out by the field, Camilla was still standing in front of her tent, with paint all over her body and tears running down her cheeks. Then she suddenly stopped. She lifted her head. Far away, she could see a faint orange light in the darkness. Fire. She could hear something else now, too. Faint at first, then clearer. Screams. She quickly wiped the tears away with her hand, leaving black streaks across her face, and looked toward the road. She stood completely still for a moment. Then she began to run toward the light. Chapter 30. Why? The flames were now rising high from the car, and the heat pushed out into the night like an invisible wall. The others stood several meters away, but they could still feel the heat on their faces. Smoke rose into the darkness, and small explosions could be heard from inside the engine. "Frida!" Jonas shouted. "Hold on! We're trying to get you out!" Emma shouted, but she didn't dare get any closer. The heat was too intense. You could feel your skin sting just standing there. Frida was trapped inside the car. She was crying and panicking, her hands hitting the door that would not move. "Help me! I don't want to die!" she screamed. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. First slightly, then stronger, like heavy drum beats through the earth. Thud, thud. They all turned around at the same time. Out of the darkness came Camilla running. She was still covered in black paint, her nightgown stuck to her body, her hair heavy and dark with paint. Tears had left long streaks down her cheeks, but her face was now focused and serious. She stopped by the car and looked down at the burning vehicle and the small people around it. "She's trapped!" Emma shouted and pointed. "We can't get close." Camilla didn't hesitate. She knelt down by the car. The heat hit her face immediately. She could feel it in her skin, in her eyes, in her throat. She reached her hand toward the door. The metal was glowing hot. She grabbed it anyway. Ah! She screamed as her hand touched the metal. Pain shot up through her arm like fire, but she didn't let go. She grabbed with both hands and pulled at the door. The metal screamed, bent and snapped, and the door was torn off with a violent jerk. She threw the door away and looked into the car. Frida sat there completely frozen in shock, tears running down her cheeks. Camilla carefully reached her hand inside and lifted her out as gently as she could, even though her hands were shaking from pain. She pulled her out of the car and quickly moved away from the flames. She sat down on her knees and gently placed Frida on the ground next to the others. The others stood completely still. No one said anything. Frida lay on the ground and stared up at Camilla. Her face was black from soot and tears. She was breathing fast, still in shock. She looked down at Camilla's hands. They were red, in some places completely white and burned. The skin looked damaged, and she could see that Camilla's hands were shaking from pain. Frida looked up at her again. She didn't understand. "Why?" she whispered. "Why did you save me?" Camilla stood still for a moment. She breathed heavily, trying to ignore the pain in her hands. She looked down at Frida, and her voice was quiet but very clear. "Because I don't want to be a monster," she said. "I know what I did to the city. I know you are afraid of me. I know some of you hate me. And maybe you have the right to." She looked at her hands for a moment and clenched them slightly, even though it hurt. "But if I had let you die, then I would never be able to forgive myself. Then I really would be the monster you think I am." Frida just stared at her. Camilla looked down at her again. "I can't change what I did back then," she said quietly. "But I can choose what I do now." Sirens sounded in the distance. First faint, then clearer. Fire trucks. Blue lights began to flash between the trees further down the road. Camilla slowly sat back a little on the ground, clearly exhausted now. Her hands were still shaking, and she tried to hold them slightly away from her body because they hurt so much. The other teenagers stood completely still and looked at her. No one was laughing anymore. No one said anything. They just looked at her, and for the first time since that day in the city, they did not see her as a monster. Chapter 31. Sirens in the Night. The sirens grew louder and louder, and the blue lights began flashing between the trees. The fire trucks came quickly down the road and braked hard when they saw the burning car, the teenagers, and Camilla. The firefighters jumped out of the trucks but almost stopped immediately. In front of them sat a gigantic girl on her knees at the side of the road, covered in black paint from hair to feet. Her nightgown was black and heavy with paint. Her face had dark streaks where tears had run down, and she sat completely still with her hands slightly lifted away from her body. One of the firefighters said quietly, "What on earth happened here?" Then they saw her hands. The skin was red, in some places completely white and damaged from burns. She was shaking slightly, not because she was cold, but because her body was still in shock. "We need water on those hands now!" One of the firefighters shouted. They ran over with a hose and carefully began spraying water over her hands. Camilla gasped in pain when the cold water hit, but she didn't pull her hands away. "It hurts," she whispered quietly. "I know," the firefighter said calmly, "but it helps. You've done something very stupid with those hands." Another firefighter looked at the car and began putting out the flames, while two others looked at the teenagers. "Is everyone okay?" he asked. No one really answered. They just stood there looking at Camilla. Then the other car came slowly driving back. It stopped a short distance away, the doors opened, and the others shouted, "Come on, we have to go!" The firefighters quickly turned around. "Hey, you need to stay here. We need to talk to you." But the teenagers were already running toward the car. Frida was still standing next to Camilla. She looked up at her, then at her burned hands, then at the paint still dripping from her hair. "Frida, come on!" Jonas shouted from the car. Frida stood completely still for a moment. You could see the panic in her eyes. She looked at Camilla again. Camilla didn't say anything. She just looked tired, broken, completely empty in her eyes. Frida suddenly turned and ran toward the car. She jumped in, the door slammed shut, and the car quickly drove away. The firefighters tried to shout after them, but the car disappeared down the road and into the darkness. It became quiet again. Only the sound of water hitting the destroyed car and Camilla's calm, heavy breathing. One firefighter looked up at her. "Can you tell us what happened?" Camilla opened her mouth slightly, but closed it again. She slowly shook her head. She was too tired, too sad. Too much had happened in one night. She just looked down at her hands while the water ran over them and down onto the ground like small waterfalls. Inside the car, it was completely silent in the car. No one was laughing anymore. No one said anything. You could only hear the engine and the tires against the road. Frida sat staring out the window, but she wasn't really seeing anything. She just saw Camilla again and again in her mind. The way she had torn the car door off. The way she had screamed in pain. The way she had lifted her out so carefully. The way she had said, "I don't want to be a monster." Frida clenched her hands in her lap. She is a monster, she thought. She destroyed the city. She scared everyone. She stopped thinking. She felt something warm on her cheek and quickly wiped it away with her hand. She stared at her hand. It was wet. She only realized now that she was crying. She turned her head away from the others so they wouldn't see her. Maybe, she thought. Maybe it was a stupid idea. What we did tonight. Chapter 32. Silence. The next morning, the farm lay quiet under a gray sky. Dew still covered the grass, and cows could be heard far out in the fields. But in front of the barn, several cars were parked, and people walked quietly around, speaking in low voices. Camilla sat on the ground beside the barn with a large blanket around her shoulders. Her hair was still slightly dark from paint, even though they had tried to wash some of it out. Her hands were wrapped in thick bandages, and she held them carefully in her lap as if she was afraid to touch anything. 2 doctors stood beside her, looking at her hands. "These are serious burns," one of them said quietly. "It's going to take time. You must not work or lift anything for a long time. You need to keep your hands completely still." Camilla just nodded slowly. She didn't say anything. She had barely spoken a word since the night before. Casper stood next to her. He had been there all morning. He didn't say much, but he was just there. Sometimes he placed a hand gently against her arm or sat close to her so she wouldn't sit alone. "It's going to be okay," he said quietly. "It will get better again." Camilla looked at him, but her eyes were empty. Not because she didn't care, but as if her mind was still somewhere else. As if she was still standing in the darkness watching the car burn. Casper's mother stood a little behind them with her arms crossed, looking worried at Camilla. His father stood next to the police, talking to them, and you could clearly see that he was angry. "This is insane," he said to the police officer. "She could have died. They could all have died. And she saved them, and then they just run away?" The police officer nodded. "We want to find out what happened, but we need someone who can tell us exactly what happened." He walked over to Camilla and looked up at her. "Camilla, we know you're tired, but we need to know what happened last night. Who were those teenagers? Why were they out there?" Camilla just looked down at her hands. She didn't say anything. "Camilla?" he asked again calmly. She slowly shook her head. "I don't want to say anything," she said quietly. The police officer sighed a little and nodded. "Okay, but if you change your mind, you need to tell us." He walked back to the others. Camilla still sat completely still. She just stared down at the ground. It was as if something inside her had dimmed a little, not broken, just very tired. A little later, Casper walked a bit away from the others. He could see Mikkel standing by the fence, kicking at the ground. "Mikkel," Casper said and walked over to him. Mikkel turned around. Casper could immediately see that he was angry. Not just a little annoyed. Really angry. The kind of anger where you don't say much, but your jaw is tight. "What happened last night? That wasn't just an accident," Mikkel said. "What do you mean?" Casper asked. Mikkel looked out over the field for a moment and then said, "The paint they used, that's not something you just buy in a small store. That's industrial paint. Big buckets." Casper frowned. "Okay?" Mikkel looked directly at him now. The only person in town who can get that much of that kind of paint is Frida's father. He works with it. His company supplies paint to construction sites and factories. Casper froze. His eyes widened. "Wait, so you're saying?" Mikkel nodded slowly. "I'm not saying her father knows anything, but I'm pretty sure where they got the paint from." Casper looked down at the ground for a moment. He could feel his heart starting to beat faster. So it was her, he said quietly. It was Frida. Mikkel nodded again. Yeah. And if the police find out, it's going to be a big case, but Camilla won't say anything. Casper looked over toward Camilla, who was still sitting with the blanket around her, looking down at the ground while his mother stood beside her. He clenched his hands. Then we'll find out ourselves, he said. Mikkel looked at him. Yeah, we will. They both stood there looking toward the farm, toward Camilla. She saved her, Casper said quietly. After what they did to her, she still saved her. Mikkel nodded. Yeah, she did. Casper looked at him again. So now it's our turn to help her. Chapter 33. At Frida's house. The engine of the scooter hummed through the quiet residential street before Casper slowed down and turned into a driveway in front of a house. Mikkel sat behind him and jumped off as soon as the scooter stopped. The house was ordinary, but a company van stood in the driveway with a company name on the side and pictures of paint buckets. Casper and Mikkel looked briefly at each other. They both knew they had come to the right place. Casper walked up to the door and knocked. They waited a moment. Then the door opened. A man stood in the doorway. He was big, broad-shouldered, and on one side of his face ran an old scar from his forehead down across his cheek. It looked like an old accident or something worse. His eyes looked tired, and he seemed nervous when he saw the two boys. "Who are you?" he asked. Casper looked at him. "We're here to talk to Frida." The man looked surprised. "Frida? Do you know her?" Mikkel was about to say something, a bit harshly, but Casper quickly reached his arm out slightly and stopped him. "Yes," Casper said calmly. "We go to the same school. We just came to talk." The man looked at them a little longer. He looked even more nervous now. "She's not here," he said. She's gone. The police are looking for her. They say she has something to do with that Giantess girl." Casper looked straight at him. "Camilla. Her name is Camilla." The man looked at him with a hard expression. "Okay, so the monster has a name." Casper immediately got angry. You could see it in his face. "She's not a monster," he said. "What happened in the city was a huge mistake. She has said that herself, and last night she saved your daughter." The man frowned and looked completely confused. "Saved my daughter? What are you talking about?" Casper took a deep breath. Frida and some of her friends went out to Camilla's tent last night and poured paint over her while she was sleeping. They drove away afterward, but they crashed. The car hit a tree and started burning. Your daughter was trapped in the car. She couldn't get out. The man stared at him without saying anything. "The firefighters said the car door had been torn off," Casper continued. "I think Camilla did that. She burned her hands while ripping the door off and pulling Frida out. Right now she's sitting at the farm with serious burns and barely says anything." It became completely quiet. The man leaned slightly against the door. "I didn't know Frida would do something like that," he said quietly. "We were there that day, in the city. I was there. I saw her walking around. For her, it was just normal. But for us, it was chaos. People were screaming, cars were crushed. I got hurt myself." He briefly touched the scar on his face. "I remember Frida crying that day. She was so scared. I tried to help her, get her away from there. And then Camilla just stopped. I don't know why. We managed to get away." Casper looked at him. "She stopped because she realized what she had done," he said quietly. "She has said that herself. In her world, we were just small things. She wanted to impress her friends by coming down here. But when she saw what she had done to the city and to people, she stopped." The man stood completely still and thought. You could see on his face that something began to change inside him. Not that he suddenly forgave everything, but that things maybe were not as simple as he had believed. "And now," Casper said quietly, "now she's sitting at the farm. She can't use her hands. She barely says anything. And she still hasn't told the police who did this to her last night." The man looked up at him again. "She didn't say it was Frida?" he asked. Casper shook his head. "No." It became quiet again. The man looked out over the road for a moment, as if he was thinking far back. Then he sighed deeply. "I think I've been very angry for a long time," he said quietly. "Maybe so angry that I didn't want to hear anything else." He looked at Casper and Mikkel again. "If what you're saying is true, then I owe her an apology." Chapter 34. Something Bigger Than Themselves. Casper and Mikkel spent most of the day riding around on the scooter. They drove past places where they knew Frida and the others usually hung out, by the harbor, by the old warehouse building, by the small forest path behind the school, but none of them were anywhere. "She's hiding," Mikkel said from the back of the scooter. "Yeah," Casper replied. "The question is just where?" At the same time, an old house outside the city, Frida sat inside an old house with some of the others. The curtains were closed and the television was on with the volume low. The news was on the screen. The police are still searching for a group of teenagers in connection with an incident outside the city last night. Police wish to speak with them and ask them to contact the police. There was a blurred image of the road, the burned car, and the fire trucks. The teenagers looked at each other. No one said anything at first. "It wasn't supposed to get this bad," Emma said quietly. "We just wanted to scare her a little," Jonas said. "Not this." Frida said nothing. She just sat staring down at the floor. She couldn't stop thinking about Camilla. The burning car, the door being torn off, the hands shaking from pain, the words she said. "Because I don't want to be a monster. I know what I did to the city. I know you are afraid of me. I know some of you hate me. And maybe you have the right to." Frida clenched her hands. "She saved me. Why would she save me? I hate her. She destroyed the city. She almost killed me and my father. I can't forgive her." But still she couldn't get the image out of her head of Camilla screaming in pain while she tore the car door off. Frida felt her eyes becoming wet again. She quickly wiped them away so the others wouldn't see. Suddenly, the door to the house opened hard. Everyone turned around quickly. 3 adult men walked in. They did not look like they belonged there. They wore dark clothes, and you could immediately feel that something was very wrong. Frida's eyes widened. One of the men walked toward them. "Frida," he said, "we're here to finish the job." Frida frowned. "What are you talking about?" The man looked at her without smiling. "We're here to kill her. We have our weapons with us. Your brother talked to us about it." Frida stared at him. "What? That was not our plan. We just wanted to make her sad, not kill her." The men laughed a little. "What is it?" one of them said. "Did you go soft just because that monster saved your life?" Frida stood up quickly. "She is not a monster." It became completely quiet in the room. The men's faces became serious now. "So you did go soft," the first man said coldly. "Fine, then we'll just finish the rest ourselves." Frida took a step forward. "You can't do that." The man pulled out a pistol and pointed it down toward the floor in front of them. The other teenagers gasped and quickly sat down again. "I don't really care what you think," the man said. "This is much bigger than you. If we kill her, it could start a conflict. Maybe a war between us and wherever she comes from. Do you know what that means?" No one said anything. "It means weapons, military, security, contracts, money," he said. "We're going to make so much money." Frida stared at him in pure anger. "You're insane. You're the real monsters. Millions of people could die." The man hit her hard before she could say more. She fell to the floor, and the others gasped. He looked down at her without any emotion on his face. "I don't care," he said. "Money is more important." He turned around and walked toward the door. "Come," he said to the other men. "We're driving out to her now." The door slammed behind them. Frida lay still on the floor for a moment, then slowly lifted her head. Her cheek hurt, but that was not what she was thinking about. She was only thinking about one thing. They're going to kill her. She quickly sat up and looked at the others. "We have to stop them," she said. Chapter 35, Race Against Time. The dark car drove through the city without attracting attention. The men didn't say much, but the atmosphere inside the car was heavy and focused. "We'll stop by the warehouse first," said the man with the scar on his hand. "We need more weapons and a couple of extra men. This has to be done properly." "And then straight out to the farm?" one of the others asked. "Yes, we do it fast, no mistakes." The car turned in behind an old industrial building, where a gate slowly opened from the inside. At the same time, at the old house, Casper and Mikkel stopped the scooter in front of the house where they suspected Frida and the others were hiding. Casper turned off the engine, and they could immediately hear voices inside the house. "Someone's here," Mikkel said. The door suddenly opened from the inside, and several of the teenagers came out. They looked panicked and scared, not like people who had just done a stupid prank. This was something else. Casper and Mikkel quickly walked toward them. "Frida?" Casper shouted. Frida stopped when she saw them. She ran toward them as if she had been waiting to see someone who could help. "Casper, we have to." "Frida," Casper interrupted. "Do you know how Camilla is? She can barely use her hands. She doesn't say anything. She just sits and stares at the ground. She's completely broken after last night." Frida looked down for a moment. The guilt hit her again, but she quickly shook her head. "Casper, listen. It's much worse than that. There are some men. They drove off to get weapons. They're going out to the farm to kill her. They said it themselves. They want to start a war and make money from it." Casper stared at her. "What?" "It's true," Emma shouted. "They had weapons. They hit Frida. They were serious." Mikkel stepped forward. Okay. This is not just a stupid teenager thing anymore." Frida looked straight at Casper. "I know what we did was a huge mistake. I know I was an idiot. But right now it's not about that. Right now we have to save her." It went quiet for a moment. Casper looked at Frida. He could see she meant it. She wasn't angry anymore. She was scared. He slowly nodded. "Okay," he said. "We go." Mikkel shook his head. "I'm staying here and calling the police. I'll tell them everything. If those men really have weapons, then the police need to get out there immediately." Casper nodded. "Good idea." Frida looked at Mikkel. "Tell them to hurry." "I will," Mikkel said, and immediately pulled out his phone. Casper started the scooter again, and Frida jumped on behind him without saying anything more. The engine started, and they quickly drove away from the house and out toward the farm, where Camilla sat with burned hands and still didn't know that someone was on their way to kill her. The wind hit Frida's face as they drove. She held on to Casper from behind and thought only one thing. She saved my life. Now we have to save hers. Chapter 36. Too Many Blows. The scooter stopped hard outside the farm, and Casper and Frida quickly jumped off. The atmosphere in the yard was heavy. Casper's parents stood together with a couple of adults from the town, and you could see from their faces that they were tired and worried. When they saw Frida, the atmosphere changed immediately. Casper's father straightened his back and looked at her sternly. His mother looked more disappointed than angry, but that almost felt worse. "Was it you?" his father said slowly. "Was it you who did that to her?" Frida stopped. She looked down at the ground for a moment, then up again. "Yes," she said quietly. "It was us. It was my idea. I wanted to make her sad. I didn't think it through." It went quiet. "But that's not why we're here now," she said quickly. "There are some men. They have weapons. They're on their way here to kill her. They said themselves they want to start a war to make money. You need to get her away from here." Casper's father and mother looked at each other. You could see that they didn't know if they should believe her, but they could also see that she was scared in a way you couldn't fake. Casper was already running toward the barn. "Camilla!" he shouted. She was still sitting where she had been all day, with the blanket around her shoulders, her hands wrapped in bandages. She sat looking out over the fields, but it was as if she didn't really see anything. Casper stopped in front of her. "Camilla, we have to leave. Someone is on their way. They want to hurt you. We have to go now." She didn't react. She just blinked slowly and kept looking out over the fields. Frida slowly walked over and stood beside Casper. She looked up at Camilla. She seemed even bigger now because she was sitting and looked so tired, like a giant who had lost a battle no one else had seen. "Camilla," Frida said carefully, "you have to listen. They're coming to kill you." That was when Camilla slowly lowered her gaze and looked down at them. Her eyes were red, not because she was crying right now, but because she had cried a lot. "Why?" she asked quietly. Frida didn't say anything. Camilla looked from one of them to the other. "No one likes me," she said quietly. "I knew not everyone would accept me after what I did to the city 2 months ago. But I tried. I really tried. I worked. I helped. I was careful where I walked. I played with the children. I lifted trees and built houses and tried to do everything right." She looked down at her hands with the bandages. "People came together against me. People wanted to humiliate me. They poured paint on me while I was sleeping, and now someone wants to kill me." She slowly shook her head. "It's too much. I can't take any more." Everyone stood still and listened. Even Casper's father said nothing. Casper took a step closer to her. "That's not true," he said. "There are many people who like you. You just can't see it right now. There are adults in the city who have visited you and said thank you for helping. There are children in the park who run toward you every time you come. There are people who talk about how the city would never have been rebuilt without you." Camilla looked at him, but she still didn't say anything. Frida stood a little behind Casper. She was clearly nervous. She looked down, then up again, then down again. Finally, she gathered the courage. She began, but stopped again. She took a deep breath and looked up at Camilla. "I know my friends and I were stupid yesterday, really stupid. But my father and I were there that day when you destroyed the city. We ran. We were scared. I saw people screaming. I saw my father get hurt. Since that day, I have only seen you as a monster." She paused a little and looked down. "But what Casper says is true. You help. You work. You are careful. You are kind. I just didn't see it. I didn't want to see it." Camilla looked at her. For a long time. Frida continued quietly. "When the car was burning, you could have just let me die. No one would have blamed you for anything. But you saved me anyway." It became completely quiet in the yard. Frida looked straight up at her now. "So maybe you are not the monster I thought you were." Camilla stared at her for a moment, and then a very faint smile appeared on her face. At the same time, a single tear ran down her cheek. She slowly lifted her head and looked out over the farm, over the people, over the house, over the fields. "I'm just trying to be better than the person I was that day," she said quietly. Chapter 37, Enough is Enough. They were still in the yard, still in the middle of the conversation, still trying to figure out what to do when the sound of engines suddenly came from the road. Not one car. Several. 3 large black cars turned onto the gravel road and came closer quickly. They stopped hard in front of the farm, and the doors were thrown open almost immediately. Men jumped out, and they had weapons. "Run!" Casper shouted immediately. The first shot rang out before anyone had time to think. A loud bang echoed across the fields, and Camilla instinctively got to her feet. She ran around the barn, and Casper and Frida ran after her. Casper's parents ran into the house and slammed the door behind them. The shooting continued. Bullets hit the wood of the barn and sent small splinters flying into the air. "They're shooting at her!" Frida shouted in panic. Camilla stood pressed against the barn wall, breathing fast. She looked down at Casper and Frida, who stood very close to the wall. "Stay behind me," she said quietly. The men moved closer. You could hear their boots on the gravel. "Come out," one of them shouted. "If you don't come out, we'll go into the house and shoot the people inside." Camilla froze. She looked toward the house. She knew Casper's parents were inside. Something inside her broke in that moment. She couldn't handle more people getting hurt because of her. She slowly stood up and walked out from behind the barn. The men immediately raised their weapons and started shooting again. She was hit, not directly in the body, but bullets hit her arms and legs and made small wounds. She gasped, but she didn't stop. She started running toward them. The ground shook under her steps. "Shoot! Shoot!" one of the men shouted, but it was too late. She kicked the first car so it slid across the gravel and tipped over onto its side. She stepped down in front of one of the men, so he fell backward in shock. She kicked another one away, so he rolled across the ground. "Stop!" she shouted. "You must not hurt anyone." She saw the man who was clearly their leader. He stood a little behind the others, shouting orders. She walked straight toward him and bent down and grabbed him carefully but firmly in her hand and lifted him up. He screamed and hit her fingers. "Let me go! Let me go, you monster!" She squeezed a little harder, just enough so he couldn't move. "I don't want to hurt you," she said. "I just want you to stop." The other men stood hesitating, but several of them still raised their weapons. Then sirens sounded again. Many sirens. Several police cars drove into the farm from the road, and officers jumped out and aimed their weapons. "Drop the weapons! Get on the ground!" one of them shouted. The men looked confused. They clearly had not expected the police to arrive so quickly. "Now!" the officer shouted again. Slowly, they began to drop their weapons and sit down with their hands over their heads. Camilla still stood with the leader in her hand. She looked at him for a moment, then she carefully set him down on the ground in front of the police. Then she took a step back. She could feel something warm running down her leg. She looked down. Blood. The bullets had hit her more than she first thought. She took another step away from the house, as if she wanted to move away from everyone so no one would worry about her. Suddenly, everything started spinning a little. The sounds became distant. The sirens sounded far away. People were shouting something, but she couldn't really hear the words. She slowly sat down on the ground. She tried to stay awake, but her head felt heavy. She heard a voice far away. "Camilla! Camilla! Stay awake! Look at me!" It was Casper's voice. She tried to open her eyes again, but everything grew darker. The last thing she saw before she passed out was Casper running toward her. Chapter 38. When You Wake Again. The first thing Camilla noticed was the scent of wood and something warm and spiced she couldn't quite place. It wasn't like rain-soaked earth, not like hay on the farm, and not like her tent either. The air felt dry and calm, and somewhere there was a quiet crackling, as if something was burning far away, maybe a fireplace or an oven. She slowly opened her eyes. The ceiling above her was high, built from dark beams that crossed each other in arches, almost like branches in a forest that had grown together into a house. Small lamps hung down, but they weren't electric. They looked like glass containers with something glowing inside, casting a warm, golden light instead of the cold white she knew from Earth. She blinked several times and tried to move. Pain immediately shot through her body, especially in her arms and shoulders. A quiet gasp escaped her, and she froze at once. Her hands felt heavy and stiff, and when she carefully lifted one arm just a little, she saw both hands wrapped in thick bandages that ran all the way down past her wrists. She lay still for a moment, trying to remember. The farm, the black cars, the gunshots. She ran. She remembered the pain in her legs and arms. She remembered grabbing the man. She remembered the police, and then nothing. She slowly turned her head to the side, and that was when she saw her. Her mother sat beside the bed on a chair made from the same dark wood as the rest of the room. She was leaning forward, elbows on her knees, hands clasped together, as if she had been sitting like that for a long time. When Camilla moved, she lifted her head immediately. For a moment, she just stared. Then she stood quickly and stepped closer to the bed. "Camilla," she said softly, her voice trembling just a little. "You're awake." Camilla looked at her, her thoughts still hazy. She tried to sit up slightly, but the pain in her body stopped her halfway, and she sank back into the bed with a low groan. "Easy," her mother said quickly, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You've been badly hurt. You mustn't get up yet." Camilla looked around again. The walls weren't white like in a human hospital. They were made of smooth wooden panels with engraved patterns of leaves and waves, and large potted plants stood around the room. A window was open, and she could hear birds outside and the wind moving through the trees. It felt more like a large house in a forest than a hospital. Where am I?" she asked hoarsely. "You're home," her mother said calmly. "In our world, in one of the healing houses." Camilla frowned slightly. "Home?" "When those men shot you," her mother continued quietly, "we were notified immediately. The portal was opened, and our people came to Earth. They got you out of there and brought you here. You lost a lot of blood, and your hands were already badly damaged before that." Camilla looked down at her bandaged hands again. She carefully tried to move her fingers beneath the layers, and a dull pain spread up through her arms. "I received the message about an hour later," her mother said, sitting down on the edge of the bed. "I came as fast as I could." Camilla lay still, trying to take it all in. It felt strange to be back here after so long on Earth. She had almost grown used to the sounds of the farm, to the wind across the fields, and to sitting by the fire in the evenings. "But," she said slowly, "what are you doing here all the time? Have you been sitting here long?" Her mother smiled faintly. "Yes, I wasn't planning on going anywhere." Camilla turned her head slightly and looked across the room again. Beside the bed stood a large table of light wood, covered with bowls, bottles, and small glasses filled with green and blue liquids. But there was something else on the table, something she hadn't expected to see here. She stared for a moment, as if her mind couldn't quite understand what she was looking at. Then she whispered softly, "Mom, what is that?" Her mother smiled gently and pointed toward the table. "That?" she said. is one of the reasons you're still alive." Camilla lifted her head a little more and looked properly. There, on the table beside her bed, stood a small platform with raised edges, almost like a miniature bed or a tiny room built from wood and metal. And standing at the edge of it was a small figure. He had his hands resting on the edge, looking up at her. "Casper?" Camilla's eyes widened, and for a moment she almost forgot the pain. "Casper?" she whispered. He lifted his hand slightly and gave her a small wave. "Hey," he said. Camilla lay completely still, staring at him as if she didn't dare blink, afraid he might disappear if she did. What are you doing here?" she asked, confused. Her mother leaned back slightly in her chair, watching the two of them. "He refused to stay behind," she said calmly. "When our people came to get you, he insisted on coming. He said he wasn't leaving you again." Camilla kept looking at Casper, her eyes slowly growing glossy. She carefully lifted one bandaged hand and placed it gently on the bed near the platform, giving him the chance to come closer if he wanted. "You should have stayed at the farm," she whispered weakly. "This isn't your world." Casper looked up at her and quietly shook his head. "It's not just yours anymore either," he said. "Not only, you belong to both now." Camilla closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the pain in her body, the exhaustion and the relief all at once. The sounds of the wooden house, the birds outside, and the warm air around her suddenly felt very far away from gunshots, sirens, and fear. When she opened her eyes again, she was still lying in the bed. Her mother sat beside her, and Casper stood on the table, looking up at her. And for the first time since that day in the city, she didn't feel like the world was falling apart. Chapter 39, Voices Above Her. The chamber lay deep within one of the oldest structures on their planet, where the walls were not built but grown, living wood shaped and bent into arches over generations. The ceiling stretched high above, and between the dark branches hung glowing orbs, casting a warm, steady light over the gathered figures. The air was thick with silence, but not a peaceful one. It felt charged, tense, like the moment before thunder breaks. They sat in a circle, men and women dressed in different ways, some in simple natural fabrics, others wearing garments marked with woven symbols of rank and responsibility. In the center, images floated in the air, projected by their technology. Not cold screens, but living echoes, shifting gently like memories. Recordings from Earth. Camilla standing in the city. Camilla working. Camilla covered in black paint. Camilla screaming in pain beside the burning car. And finally, Camilla being shot. No one spoke for a long moment. Then a woman broke the silence. "This is unacceptable." Her voice was calm, but sharp, cutting through the room like a blade. She stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the image of Camilla collapsing on the farm. She went down there to make up for her mistake. She worked. She helped them. She exposed herself to their fear and their hatred. And this is what they do? She pointed at the moment the bullets struck. They attack her with weapons. A low murmur spread through the circle. An older man, deep lines carved into his face, raised his hand slightly. "They are afraid," he said quietly. "We have seen this before. Small beings react with fear when they do not understand what stands before them." "Fear?" The woman turned toward him. "That is not just fear. That is violence." She stepped closer, her voice rising. "They could have killed her." Another voice joined, calmer but steady, but they didn't. Several heads turned toward the speaker, a man younger than most in the room, but with a weight in his gaze that carried authority. "And we know why," he continued, "because not everyone on Earth stands against her." He lifted his hand, and the images shifted. Children waving at Camilla, people working alongside her, Casper standing at her side, Frida looking up at her with something other than hatred. "A change has already begun," he said. "Slow, difficult, but it is there." A third voice came from the other side of the circle. And yet she was still shot. This time there was no anger in the words, only a heavy acknowledgement. "That is exactly the problem," the voice continued. "We are in the middle of something that could grow into something much larger." The images shifted again. News broadcasts from Earth, people shouting, others defending her, divided opinions, fear, hope. "They are divided," the man said calmly, "and if we react the wrong way, we will unite them, not against each other, but against us." Silence fell again, heavier now. A woman with darker hair, clearly one of the highest among them, stepped forward. "If we go to war," she said slowly, It will not only be their world that suffers. Her gaze moved across the room, meeting each of them in turn. It will spread. Trade routes, alliances, planets, lives. No one spoke. They all knew it. A war would not stay contained to a single world. It would consume more. But we cannot ignore this either, she said, turning back toward the image of Camilla. She is no longer just a citizen. She paused briefly. She is at the center of it all. The words lingered in the air. One of the elders slowly shook his head. She is still a child, he said. We should keep her out of this. She has already carried too much. No. It was her mother. She had been standing slightly apart, silent until now, but her voice was clear. All eyes turned to her. She is part of this, she continued calmly. Not because we want her to be, but because it has already happened. She stepped forward. She was the one who went down there. She was the one who formed the connection. She was the one who began to change how they see us. Her gaze moved across them. And she was the one they shot. A brief silence followed. No one argued. If we make decisions without her, she said, we are doing the same thing they did in the beginning. She placed a hand lightly against her chest. We act without understanding. The dark-haired woman nodded slowly. Then what do you propose? Camilla's mother hesitated for a moment, not because she didn't know, but because she understood what it meant. I will speak with her, she said quietly, when she is strong enough. A few of the others exchanged glances. She just woke up, one of them said. She is injured, physically and more than that. I know, her mother replied. But this is about her too, about what she wants, about how she sees all of this. She looked again at the images in the air, where Camilla lay on the ground at the farm, surrounded by small figures. If she still chooses to stay, then everything changes. A low murmur moved through the room. And if she doesn't? Someone asked. Her mother closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them again. Then we find a way to end this, without making it worse. The dark-haired woman looked around at the others. None of them looked certain. None of them looked calm, but none of them spoke of war anymore. Not directly. Then it is decided, she said at last. We wait, we observe Earth, and we speak with Camilla. She paused briefly. But one thing is certain. Her gaze returned to the image of the gunfire. If they do this again, the silence grew heavy. We will have to respond. No one answered, but everyone understood. Far from that chamber, in a house grown from living wood, Camilla still lay in her bed, unaware that her choice no longer belonged only to her. Chapter 40, 3 weeks later. Time moved quietly in the healing house, not in a way where the days felt empty, but more like they drifted gently into one another, without urgency, without pressure. Light shifted from morning to evening through the open windows. The wind carried the scent of forest and warm stone into the room, and the soft sounds of other patients and healers created a constant, calm background. Camilla had started to learn the rhythm. The first days had been heavy. Every movement hurt, and even lifting her arms slightly felt like fighting against her own body. But slowly, day by day, it began to change. The pain didn't disappear, but it dulled, softened, became something she could live with. The bandages around her hands were changed regularly. They were still wrapped, but not as tightly as before. Now she could move her fingers a little, carefully, as if she had to get to know them all over again. She sat up more often now. Not for long at a time, but enough to look out the window, to follow the light, to feel that she was no longer trapped in the bed. And she wasn't alone. Casper had been given his own small space beside her bed. A table had been rebuilt for him, with a tiny bed, some blankets, and room for his things. It looked like a miniature version of the room itself, adjusted so he could move freely without being in danger. He was there almost all the time. In the mornings, she often woke to the quiet sound of him already moving, small footsteps against the wood, a faint shift as he found something to eat or simply stood looking out into the room. Morning, he would say when he noticed she was awake, and she would answer, still half asleep, morning. They began to build a routine together. Sometimes they just talked. About small things, about his school, about her world, about strange differences between their lives, things they both slowly started to understand better. Other times, they simply sat in silence, and it didn't feel heavy. There was also a screen in the room now, not like the ones on Earth, but a surface that grew out from the wall when activated, as if the wood itself opened. It could show recordings from Earth, and that was often where they ended up. Camilla leaned back carefully against the headboard, still mindful of her body, while Casper sat near the edge of her bed so they could both see. "That's my school," he said one day, pointing as a recording played. She leaned forward slightly. "It looks smaller than I remember." He let out a quiet laugh. "That's because you saw it from above." She smiled faintly. Sometimes they watched ordinary things, films, news, small clips from the city. Other times they turned it off quickly when it became too much. There was still a lot that hurt to see. But not everything. Casper began to relax too. At first, he had been tense, as if he was always waiting for something to go wrong. But as the days passed and Camilla grew stronger, that slowly changed. He started lying on his back on his small bed, staring up at the ceiling while talking, or sitting with his legs hanging over the edge of the table, telling stories as if everything had become normal. One day, he tossed a small pillow at her. It hit her arm and dropped onto the bed. She looked at it, surprised, then at him. "Seriously?" she said. He shrugged with a grin. "You can't even throw it back." She carefully lifted the pillow with one hand, the movement still a little stiff, and tossed it back. It landed beside him. "Okay, fair," he said. "You're still bad at it." She shook her head slightly, but she was smiling. There were visitors, too. Casper wasn't the only one who came from Earth. His parents had been allowed through the portal, and the first time they stepped into the healing house, they both paused. Not out of fear, but because everything felt different. The wood, the light, the air. "It's beautiful," his mother said quietly, looking up at the ceiling. His father nodded slowly, but his gaze quickly found Camilla. She was sitting up in bed, the blanket pulled slightly around her, her hands still wrapped. "How are you?" he asked. Camilla hesitated for a moment, as if she wasn't entirely sure how to answer. "Better," she said at last, slowly. He nodded, as if that was enough. They began to visit more often. Sometimes they just sat together and talked, almost like they had around the fire at the farm. The atmosphere was different here, more subdued, but the feeling was the same. A place where she wasn't seen as a problem, but as a person. Henrik's voice filled the room one day, steady as always. "You don't have to rush back. This takes time." Camilla looked down at her hands. "I know," she lifted her gaze again, "but I want to go back." Silence lingered for a moment. No one argued. The days went on. 3 weeks. Small improvements, small moments, small laughter. And even though her body still hurt, and even though not everything was resolved, something had grown stronger. Not her strength, but her calm. The way she looked at things. The way she thought before she acted. One morning she sat upright in bed, looking out through the window. The light was soft, the wind gentle. She slowly lifted her hand and felt how it responded. Still sore, still weak, but not like before. Behind her she could hear Casper moving. "You're up early?" he said. "Yeah," she answered quietly. She kept looking out. "I think I'm almost ready." He didn't say anything at first. Then he stepped a little closer to the edge of the bed and looked up at her. "Ready for what?" She turned her head slowly toward him. "To go back." The words hung between them, not heavy, but not light either, just real. And this time it wasn't an impulse, it was a choice. Chapter 41. Home. It was only when she sat all the way up in bed without having to stop halfway that she truly felt it. Not just less pain, but control. Her hands were still wrapped, the bandages tight around her fingers, but she could move them without that sharp, cutting pain that had made her freeze before. Her body still felt heavy, but not weak in the same way anymore. She took a deep breath. The air felt lighter. "You're not pushing yourself too hard, are you?" Her mother's voice came calmly from the side. Camilla shook her head slightly. "No, it just feels different." Her mother watched her for a moment, as if measuring something that couldn't be put into words. Then she nodded slowly. "Then it's time." Camilla looked up. "Time?" "To go home," her mother said. The words didn't hit her like a shock, but like something she had already been waiting for. She had thought about it every day. The house, the forest, everything that felt distant and yet close. She nodded quietly. Beside her, Casper moved quickly. "Wait, really?" he said, looking up at her. Camilla turned her head toward him, unable to stop a small smile. "Yeah." He was already standing at the edge of the table, as if he had been waiting for it without realizing it. Okay, then I'm coming with you, he said. Her mother glanced at him, and for a brief moment there was silence before she answered. You're welcome to. Casper blinked, almost surprised at how easily it was said. Seriously? You've already been here for 3 weeks, she replied calmly. You're part of this now. He didn't say anything else, but his expression said enough. Not long after, they stood at the entrance to the healing house. Camilla had a light blanket draped over her shoulders, more for comfort than necessity. She stood still for a moment, looking out over the area in front of her, as if she needed to get used to being on her feet again. Casper stood on her hand. She lifted him carefully, still slow, still aware in every movement. Ready? She asked. He nodded. She brought him up to her shoulder, where he settled in and found his balance, just like before. Okay, he said quietly. Then she stepped outside. The light met her first. Not harsh, but warm and alive. The world stretched open in front of them, and Casper fell quiet almost immediately. He had seen parts of it from the window before. But this was different. The trees rose around them, massive, far larger than anything on Earth. Their trunks were as thick as buildings, and their branches reached high above, where the light broke through in golden beams. Leaves moved slowly in the wind, creating a soft, endless whisper in the air. Wow, he whispered. Camilla began to walk. Slowly, still careful in her steps, but far steadier than before. Beneath them, paths of flat stone stretched forward, and between them grew plants and flowers in every color. Not just scattered patches, but entire stretches where colors blended into living patterns. Casper leaned forward slightly. The flowers were huge, some nearly his own size, their petals shimmering in shades he couldn't even name. The scent reached him too, sweet, fresh, alive. It didn't feel like a park. It felt like a world that hadn't been built, but grown. This doesn't feel real, he said quietly. Camilla smiled faintly. In what way? Like a dream, he answered honestly. She didn't respond, but her gaze drifted briefly across the landscape as if she understood exactly what he meant. They kept walking. Others were there too. More giantesses moved calmly through the area, some alone, others in small groups. A few paused and looked at Camilla, not with fear but with recognition. A couple of them nodded. One lifted a hand in a quiet greeting. Camilla returned it gently. Casper watched everything from her shoulder, his eyes constantly moving. It's strange, he said. No one's afraid, he said. Camilla hesitated for a moment. No, she said softly. Here I'm just me. They moved on, away from the healing houses and deeper into the area where buildings began to appear among the trees. Not all of them were made of wood. Some were built from stone, and as they approached their destination, it became clearer. The house stood slightly apart, surrounded by open space and low walls. It was built from pale stone, stacked into solid walls, with a gently sloping roof and windows that looked more familiar to Casper. He straightened a little. Okay, that actually looks like something, he said. Camilla let out a quiet laugh. My mom likes a bit of both. She stopped in front of the house. For a moment, she just stood there, looking at it, as if she needed to be sure it was still there. Then she stepped forward. The door was large, but not endless. It opened with a slow, heavy sound as she pushed it inward. Inside, it was cooler. The stone held the temperature, and the light fell in soft patches across the floor through the windows. The room was large, but not empty. The furniture was a mix of wood and stone, simple but alive. Camilla stepped inside. Casper looked around from her shoulder, quiet now, just taking it all in. It feels different, he said. Good or bad? She asked. He hesitated for a moment. Just different, he said. She nodded. Then she closed the door behind them. And for the first time since she was shot, she was standing in her own home again. Chapter 42. A room, a breath, and something knocking. The door closed behind them with a soft, heavy sound. The silence inside the house felt different from the silence in the healing house. Here, there was warmth in the air, a calm that didn't feel temporary or borrowed. It was the kind of calm that belonged to a home. Camilla's mother rested her hand lightly against the doorframe for a moment, as if she needed to feel that they were truly here again. Then she turned and gave Camilla a gentle smile. I'll make something to eat, she said quietly. Show Casper your room. You can have a little time. Camilla nodded, still carrying that quiet feeling in her chest, as if everything was both familiar and unfamiliar at once. She turned, and Casper automatically held onto the edge of her shoulder as she started walking. The stairs creaked softly beneath her weight, but in a way that felt comforting, almost like the house itself was welcoming her back. She moved slowly, partly for herself, partly for Casper, who sat still but let his eyes wander constantly, taking everything in. The hallways were narrow compared to her, but built so she could move without feeling trapped. Wooden panels, soft woven fabrics along the walls, and small shelves filled with traces of a life lived here. Little figures, pictures, books stacked without order. At last, she stopped at a door and hesitated for a brief second before opening it. The room felt both smaller and larger than she remembered. A large bed stood in the corner, covered in soft blankets. Beside it was a low shelf filled with books, some worn, some newer. Drawings and memories hung on the walls. A half-open window let the light spill in, stretching long lines across the floor. Camilla remained in the doorway for a moment. "It's strange," she said softly. "It feels like I've been gone much longer." Casper leaned forward slightly on her shoulder, looking around. "It's cozy," he said honestly. "Not fancy, just nice." Camilla let out a slow breath. "I used to sit there," she said, nodding toward the bed. "Read, or just look outside." She walked over and carefully sat down on the edge of the bed. The mattress sank slightly under her weight, but held firm. Casper shifted automatically, settling closer to her neck so he could see the room from a different angle. "I never thought I'd miss it this much," she said. "I get that," he replied. Silence settled between them for a moment. Not awkward, just quiet. Camilla looked down at her hands. The bandages were gone now, but the scars remained, thin lines across her palms, some darker than others. She slowly flexed her fingers, watching the skin pull. "It's getting better," she murmured, mostly to herself. Casper glanced down. "Yeah, but you still need to be careful," he said. "Don't push yourself too hard." She turned her head slightly toward him. "I know. Do you?" he asked, not teasing, just honest. She hesitated. "Maybe not always." They shared a faint laugh. Then Camilla took a slightly deeper breath. "I want to go back," she said. "Not just to work, but because I like it. Helping. Being with all of you." She looked away for a moment, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. "And you," she added softly. "You're easy to talk to." Casper went quiet for a moment. Then he looked down, and a hint of color rose to his face. "I think it's nice too," he said quietly. "Being here, with you." They didn't say anything else for a moment. They just sat there. The sounds of the house were faint, a drawer opening somewhere, something being placed on a table. Light from the window stretched across the floor, and the air felt still. It could have lasted longer, but then her mother's voice called from downstairs. "Camilla?" Camilla blinked. "Yeah?" she answered. "There's someone here who wants to speak with you." The words lingered in the air. Camilla straightened slightly. "Someone who wants to talk to me?" she murmured. She and Casper exchanged a quick glance. "Who?" he whispered. Camilla gave a small shake of her head. "I don't know." She slowly rose from the bed, still moving with that same careful awareness. "Let's find out." Chapter 43. Someone Missing and Still Belonging. Camilla carefully lifted Casper back onto her shoulder, like she always did, and started walking down the stairs. There was still a slight stiffness in her movements, but she moved with more confidence now, no longer needing to think about every single step. "Do you think it's someone from the council?" Casper whispered, looking down toward the living room. "I don't know," she replied quietly. She turned the corner toward the entrance and stopped. A man stood by the door. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair and a calm presence, not the kind that came from silence, but from experience. His clothes were worn in a way that didn't look neglected, but used, like they had been out in the world and back again. Camilla froze. For a moment she said nothing. Then she whispered, barely audible, "Dad." He lifted his gaze, and something in his expression changed instantly. Camilla. She didn't think. She ran. The floor echoed with a deep, heavy thud beneath her steps, and she reached him in seconds. He barely had time to bend slightly before she threw her arms around him. He caught her without hesitation, held her close. Casper had to grab tightly onto her clothes to avoid being thrown off as the movement came so suddenly. He pressed himself against her shoulder while her body tensed and then softened again in the embrace. "Hey, easy," her father murmured, but there was a faint smile in his voice, as if he didn't mind at all. Camilla didn't say anything. She just held on. After a moment, she loosened her grip, and he leaned back slightly so he could look at her properly. His eyes moved quickly over her face, her body, her hands. Then he noticed Casper. He blinked. Wait, he straightened a little, focusing more clearly. Sorry, I didn't see you. He smiled, genuine, without distance. My name is Martin. Casper straightened a bit, still sitting on Camilla's shoulder, but making himself more visible. Casper, he said. I'm her friend. Camilla blinked, as if only now remembering he was there. Oh, sorry, she said quickly, lifting her hand slightly as if to protect him. I completely forgot. I should have said. Hey, it's fine, Casper said with a small grin. I didn't fall. Martin looked between them and gave a faint smile, as if he already understood more than had been said. Good, he said. Would have been a bad start otherwise. They moved into the living room together. The table was already set. Camilla's mother sat there, calm as always, but her gaze lingered on Martin for a moment longer before she gave a short nod. You came quickly, she said. As quickly as I could, he replied. Camilla carefully sat down at the table, still not entirely used to her body, while Casper was helped down onto a smaller space beside her plate. A small bowl and food had already been prepared for him. He looked at it for a moment, then at the others, then back again. Something shifted in his expression. Something. Hesitant. Martin noticed. What is it? He asked calmly. You look like you're trying to figure something out. Casper hesitated, then shrugged slightly. It's just... He glanced briefly at Camilla, then back at Martin. I didn't know she had a dad. The silence that followed wasn't heavy, but it was there. Camilla stiffened slightly. Casper quickly raised his hands a little. I mean, not like, I just never asked, and... That's fair, Martin said calmly, leaning back a bit. He took a slow breath. Our relationship is a bit unusual. Camilla looked down at her plate. Martin continued without making it heavier than it was. I don't work in one place. I get sent between planets, sometimes to help with construction, lifting, stabilizing areas. Other times to protect smaller communities from things they can't handle themselves. He gave a small shrug. It can take months before I'm home again. Casper nodded slowly. So, you're gone most of the time? Yes, Martin said honestly. And when I am home, it's rarely for long. He glanced briefly at Camilla. So I understand if I'm not a big part of her everyday life. Camilla ate slowly without saying anything. Casper could feel it. The way she held back just a little, as if there was something she wanted to say, but didn't know how. He didn't push it. Instead, the conversation shifted gradually. So, Martin said, looking back at Casper, what's your world like? Casper blinked, slightly caught off guard by the change. Different, he said. A lot smaller. And noisier. A faint smile moved around the table. And how has it been? Her mother asked calmly. Being there with her? Casper glanced briefly up at Camilla, then back again. It's been intense, he said honestly, but also good. Camilla lifted her gaze slightly. The mood shifted slowly, not because what had been said disappeared, but because they let it rest, and instead, they kept talking. About his world, about the time on the farm, about everything that had happened, and everything that was still waiting ahead. Chapter 44, The Silence Before Something Greater. Evening settled slowly over the house. The light outside softened, the shadows of the trees stretched longer, and the warm glow from the lamps inside took over. The atmosphere around the table had shifted without anyone really noticing when. The conversation grew quieter, laughter more subdued, as if their bodies were naturally winding down after the day. Camilla leaned back slightly, her movements slower now. She briefly rubbed one hand against the other, as if trying to ease a tension that wouldn't quite let go. You're tired, her mother said softly. Camilla nodded. Yeah, a little. Martin half rose from his chair as if about to say something, but stopped himself and settled for a nod. That makes sense. Camilla gently pushed her chair back and stood up. She glanced briefly at all of them. Good night, she said. Good night, her mother replied calmly. Martin gave her a look that was both warm and thoughtful. We'll talk more tomorrow. Casper had already jumped down from his place and stood ready. I'm coming with you, he said. Camilla lifted him onto her hand, this time slower, more deliberate, and placed him on her shoulder again. She walked toward the stairs, and this time there was no careful hesitation like before, just fatigue. Upstairs, it was quiet. The air felt cooler, and the sounds from below faded quickly, as if already far away. They entered her room again. Casper quickly moved to his small area, where his bed and belongings were arranged just as they had left them. He adjusted the blanket slightly, almost automatically, as if trying to build a routine in something that still felt new. Camilla stood in the middle of the room for a moment, breathing slowly, before walking over to her bed. She began to change into her nightwear, her movements calm and unhurried. The fabric settled softly around her, looser and more comfortable than what she had worn earlier. "It still feels strange to be here," she said quietly. Casper looked up from his small bed. "In a good way or?" "Both," she answered honestly. They stepped out into the hallway together afterward, heading to a small space where water flowed from a stone-shaped opening in the wall. The sound was soft, almost soothing. Camilla leaned down slightly and rinsed her mouth, while Casper stood beside her, doing the same in his own smaller way. There was something almost comical about the difference, but neither of them mentioned it. It just felt normal. When they returned to the room, darkness had begun to gather outside the window. The light inside was dimmer now. Camilla sat down on the bed and pulled her legs in slightly. "It's been a good day," she said softly. Casper nodded. "Yeah, it has." He lay down on his small bed and pulled the blanket up a little. "Good night, Camilla." "Good night, Casper." She lay down and closed her eyes, and this time it didn't take long. Downstairs, her mother and Martin were still standing. The atmosphere there was different. The warm light no longer felt soft. The shadows along the walls seemed deeper, and the silence wasn't calm anymore. "So," Martin said quietly, "what did the council say?" Her mother didn't answer right away. She stood with her arms lightly crossed, looking down at the table as if gathering her thoughts. "It's not good," she said at last. Martin looked up. "Explain." She took a slow breath. "There has been progress on Earth," she said. "More people are beginning to understand her, to accept her." She lifted her gaze. "But the attack, it changed something." Martin's jaw tightened slightly. "Of course it did." "The council is divided," she continued. "Some see it as proof that the smaller ones are still too dangerous, that it was a mistake to let her stay there. And the others? They want to avoid war, at any cost." Martin took a few steps away, then turned toward the window. "And what are they going to do?" "They want to hear her." He turned back. "Her?" "Yes," she said quietly. "They want to speak with Camilla, hear how she sees all of this, what she wants going forward." Silence lingered for a moment. "She just got home," Martin said quietly. "I know." "She's still recovering." "I know," she repeated, a little sharper this time. He looked at her. "When?" "They're coming tomorrow." The words settled heavily in the room. Martin didn't respond right away. Then he asked, "And if she says she wants to go back?" Her mother hesitated for a brief moment. "Then everything changes." He let out a slow breath. "It's not just about her anymore, is it?" She shook her head slightly. "No." She looked up toward the ceiling for a moment, as if she could see through the floors above. "It's about both worlds now." Martin followed her gaze, even though he couldn't see the same thing. "One more mistake," he said quietly. "And it might be enough," she finished. The silence that followed wasn't just heavy, it was fragile, like something that could break. And upstairs, Camilla slept, unaware that tomorrow could change everything. Chapter 45, If It Becomes War. The room was larger than most council chambers, yet it still felt tight. The air hung heavy between them, thick with words that hadn't yet been spoken aloud, but that everyone was already thinking. The same projections floated in the center as before, recordings from Earth, from the farm, from the attack. Camilla falling, the gunfire, the chaos. The voices began low, almost controlled. "We can't just leave this unanswered. And we can't react blindly. She was shot. This isn't just an incident. It was one group, not their entire world." The words moved back and forth, but the tension grew. More voices overlapped, speaking over one another, and the fragile balance that had existed before began to crack. A man suddenly stood up. "They attacked one of our own," he said sharply. "And we sit here discussing it like it's a misunderstanding?" Several nodded. Others shook their heads. "If we don't respond," he continued, "we show weakness, and weakness gets exploited." "Or we avoid a catastrophe," another replied coldly. "The catastrophe has already begun." The voices rose. A chair scraped back, a hand slammed hard against the table. The sound echoed through the chamber. Everyone stopped. The man standing at the table was larger than most in the room, not just taller, but built heavier, like someone used to physical labor or combat. His shoulders were broad and his gaze was sharp, almost tired, as if he had seen this argument too many times before. Noah. He didn't speak immediately. His hand remained pressed against the table, fingers tense. Then he straightened and slowly looked around at them. "Let's say it as it is," he said calmly. The room fell completely silent. "What do you think happens if this turns into war?" No one answered. He continued, "Yes, we are stronger, physically." He lifted a hand slightly, as if weighing the words. "We can go down to their planet and cause damage, destroy cities, crush their military." A few of them nodded. "For the first weeks," he added. The silence shifted. "But that's only the beginning," he said, looking directly at the man who had spoken earlier, "because they won't stop there." He began walking along the table, slowly, his steps heavy. "There are more of them than us. Not just on one planet, on many." His gaze swept across the room. "Far more." No one spoke. "Their technology isn't at our level," he continued. "But it's not primitive. It's stable. They can adapt. And most importantly," he stopped, "they can produce." His expression hardened. "Soldiers, weapons, resources." One of the elders opened his mouth, but Noah gave a slight shake of his head before he could speak. "And our alliances?" he said. The room went completely still. "Do you think all of them will stand with us?" he asked. No one answered. "They will choose the side that is stable, the side that is larger, the side that doesn't threaten to escalate everything." He didn't strike the table again. He didn't need to. "They will choose the humans." The words landed heavily. "And then we stand alone." A slow unease spread through the room. Some looked down. Others looked away. "In the short term," Noah continued calmly, "yes, we can win battles, we can cause damage." He took a slow breath. "In the long term, we lose." The first man shook his head. "So we do nothing," he snapped. Noah looked directly at him. "No." His voice remained calm. "We do what actually requires strength." A moment of silence. "We avoid the war." It wasn't said gently. It was said like an order that hadn't yet been given. "Because if it starts," he continued, "it doesn't stop again. Not quickly, not cleanly." He looked at all of them. "And it won't be a war between soldiers." His gaze grew heavier. "It will be a massacre." The silence that followed was different now. Not filled with shouting, but with understanding. One by one, some of them sat down again. Not all, but enough to shift the atmosphere. Others remained standing, looking at Noah, not all in agreement, some with resistance, some with something closer to frustration, as if they didn't like that he was right. Noah placed his hands behind his back and remained standing. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. Because even those who disagreed couldn't ignore what he had said. Chapter 46, The Conversation Begins. Morning rested quietly over the house. Light streamed in through the windows in soft streaks, and the scent of warm food slowly filled the room. They sat gathered around the table again, like the night before, but the atmosphere was different, tighter, more alert. Camilla sat with her hands around her cup, her fingers still a little stiff, but steady. She hadn't said much yet. Casper sat beside her with his own small plate, glancing up now and then as if trying to read the mood. "They're coming today?" her mother said quietly. Camilla nodded without looking up. "I know." Martin leaned back slightly in his chair. "Just tell the truth," he said, "not what you think they want to hear." Camilla took a slow breath. "I will." She glanced up briefly. "I'm just a little nervous." "That makes sense," her mother said calmly. "But you've already been through worse." Camilla gave a faint nod. Then it came. A knock at the door. Not loud, not aggressive, but firm. Everyone went still. Martin stood first. "I'll get it." He walked calmly to the door and opened it. Noah stood outside. Beside him stood a young woman, her posture straight, her gaze sharp and focused. She didn't look around. She simply stood there, as if she had already assessed everything before the door opened. "Martin," Noah said calmly. "Noah," Martin replied, stepping slightly aside. "We're here from the council," Noah continued. "Is she ready?" Martin nodded. "Yes." They stepped inside. The air in the room shifted almost immediately. Noah glanced around quickly, taking everything in without staring. The woman did the same, but her gaze was more direct, more analytical. They stopped by the table. "Thank you for receiving us," Noah said. Camilla's mother nodded calmly. "Of course." Camilla sat still but slowly lifted her gaze. Noah met it briefly and gave a small nod. Camilla? Yes, she replied. Then their attention shifted, down, to the table, to Casper. The small figure standing beside her hand. There was a brief moment where no one spoke. The surprise was clear, but not hostile. Noah raised an eyebrow slightly, then nodded. And you are? Casper? He answered. I'm from Earth. The young woman said nothing, but her gaze sharpened just a little. We would like to speak with you, she said, turning back to Camilla. Privately. Camilla nodded slowly. Okay. Her parents began to stand. But before they could move away from the table, the woman spoke again. That includes him. She gestured briefly toward Casper. Camilla turned to her immediately. What do you mean? This is a conversation between you and the council, the woman said tightly. Not. He's part of this, Camilla interrupted, her voice calm but firm. The woman looked directly at her. That's not necessary. Something in Camilla's expression shifted, not dramatically, but enough. This involves both worlds, she said. He's part of my time there. He's been involved in all of it. Casper said nothing, but it was clear he held his breath slightly. The woman opened her mouth again, clearly displeased. But before she could continue, no. It was Noah. Not loud, but enough to stop her. He glanced at her, then back at Camilla. He stays. The woman turned her gaze toward him. The tension between them was unmistakable. This isn't standard. Neither is this situation, Noah replied calmly. He looked down at Casper. If he's part of it, then I want to hear his side too. A moment of silence. The woman looked visibly dissatisfied, but after a short pause, she nodded. Fine. Camilla felt some of the tension in her chest ease. She glanced down at Casper. He looked up at her and gave a small nod. Thank you, she said quietly. Noah pulled out a chair and sat down. The woman did the same, more controlled. Camilla straightened slightly, sitting more upright, preparing herself. Casper remained beside her. Close enough. Ready. Noah folded his hands lightly in front of him and looked at both of them. Let's start from the beginning, he said calmly. And this time, no one left the room. Chapter 47. The Words That Can't Be Taken Back. Silence settled as they sat down. Not an empty silence, but one that waited. The woman from the council pulled out a few sheets and placed them neatly in front of her. Noah did the same, but more slowly, more deliberately. Beside the papers, he set a small device on the table. It was simple, smooth, without lights or blinking, but when he activated it, a faint, almost inaudible tone filled the air. Camilla's gaze dropped to it immediately. She stiffened slightly. Noah noticed. Easy, he said calmly, offering her a small, almost reassuring smile. It's just for documentation. This will be recorded so we don't misunderstand anything later. He leaned forward just a little. There's nothing here you need to be afraid of. Camilla swallowed. She nodded slowly. Okay. She placed her hands flat against the table, feeling the wood beneath her fingers, as if she needed something solid. Noah watched her briefly. Take your time, he said. Then it began. Tell us about the first days, the woman said calmly. When you arrived on Earth. Camilla took a deep breath. It was, she hesitated for a moment, overwhelming. Her eyes dropped to her hands. Everything was so small and fast and loud. I couldn't understand what they were saying, and I couldn't really feel the limits. She looked up again. I thought I could be careful, but I didn't know what careful meant down there, the woman wrote. Noah listened. Casper said nothing. I understand why they were afraid, Camilla continued. If I saw something like me, I would be too. There was a brief pause. But it changed, she said more quietly. Her eyes flicked down toward Casper. I met him. Noah followed her gaze. Casper. Yes. She took a steady breath. He wasn't like the others. Or maybe he was, but he gave me a chance. Casper shifted slightly, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. We started talking, she continued. And it made things easier to understand them, not just see them. She looked up again. Time passed. I don't know how long, but it started to feel normal. Not perfect, but better. The woman's writing quickened. And then it changed again, Camilla said. There was weight in her voice now. Frasier, Casper lifted his head. Noah's gaze locked onto her. Go on, Camilla swallowed. She hated me. She didn't say it harshly, just as a fact. She wasn't afraid like the others. She was angry. Camilla glanced down, her fingers tightening slightly against the table. She came at night, while I was asleep. The woman stopped writing for a moment. She poured paint over me. Black. It stuck. I couldn't get it off. Camilla's voice softened. I didn't understand at first. I thought it was just another way they were showing they hated me. Her breathing grew heavier, and I got angry. A short silence. Really angry. Noah said nothing. But then, she hesitated again. Something happened. She closed her eyes for a moment, as if seeing it again. There was a car, trapped, on fire. Her hands moved slightly, as if her body remembered before the words did. She was inside. Casper looked away briefly. Frasier? Camilla nodded faintly. I didn't think. I just acted. She took a deep breath. It hurt. My hands, they burned. I could feel everything. But I didn't stop. Her eyes dropped to the scars. I got her out. The room went completely still. The woman resumed writing, but more slowly. And afterward, Camilla continued, I didn't understand anything. She looked up again, her expression more open now. I started thinking, why? If they hate me that much, why did I still do it? She shook her head slightly. I couldn't find an answer. Casper was looking at her now. But the next day, she said, her gaze shifted to him. She came back. Noah leaned forward slightly. Freya? Yes. Camilla nodded. She and Casper came, together. A faint smile touched her lips. She was different, not angry, just sorry. She took a quiet breath. She warned me about the men. The woman paused her writing again. The men? She asked. The ones who shot, Camilla said quietly. Noah nodded slowly. Continue. She apologized, Camilla went on, for what she did. Her eyes dropped again, and I didn't know what to say. She gave a small shrug. I was still angry and hurt. A pause. But I forgave her. The words were soft, but clear. Because if I didn't, she looked up again, then I wasn't any better than what they saw in me. Silence. Long silence. Casper stood completely still. Noah said nothing. The woman wasn't writing anymore. Camilla took a slow breath. And others started to change too, she said quietly. Not everyone, but some. She looked at them. I just tried to stay, help, be there. Her gaze dropped to the table. Until they shot. The words landed heavily. No one spoke for several seconds. Only the faint hum of the recorder continued. Noah leaned back slowly. His gaze moved from Camilla to Casper. And you? He asked calmly. Casper blinked once, but didn't answer yet. He just looked at Camilla, as if what she had said was still filling the room. Chapter 48, His Side. There was a brief silence after Camilla finished. Noah looked calmly at Casper. Your turn, he said. Casper hesitated, then took a deep breath. It wasn't easy at first, he said. People were scared. Not just a little, really scared. He glanced up at Camilla. When she walked, people ran, even when she was trying to help. The woman from the council wrote something down. But it changed, he continued. Not for everyone, but some started to see that she wasn't dangerous. He gestured lightly toward Camilla. She worked, every day. She watched where she stepped. She helped clean up, even when people yelled at her. Noah gave a small nod. And Freya? He asked. Casper hesitated again. She was one of the ones who hated her the most, he said honestly. But after what happened with the car, she changed. He looked down briefly. She came and apologized, and she warned us about the men. The woman stopped writing. The men, she said. What were they like? Casper shook his head slightly. They weren't like the others. They weren't just scared. It felt like they wanted something. Noah leaned forward a little. What do you mean? Casper looked up. They came prepared, weapons, cars. They knew where she was. Silence fell. It didn't feel random, he said quietly. Camilla looked at him. I thought the same, she said softly. The woman glanced between them. So you believe it was planned? No one answered right away. But the silence said enough. Noah took a slow breath. If it was planned, he said, then it wasn't just an attack on you. He looked directly at Camilla. It was a message. Casper frowned slightly. A message? Noah gave a faint nod. If someone wanted conflict, what's the easiest way to start it? No one answered. You attack, he said calmly, and wait for a response. The woman's expression tightened. You think they're trying to start a war? Noah didn't hesitate. It's a possibility. Silence settled again. Casper looked down for a moment, then back up. But it's not everyone, he said quickly. That's important. He looked directly at them. There are a lot of people trying to make it work. People who started trusting her, like Freya, he hesitated slightly, others. Camilla looked at him. Noah leaned back. So we have two things, he said calmly. He raised one finger. A world slowly beginning to accept her. Then another. and a group that may be trying to destroy that. The woman set her pen down. And if they succeed, she said quietly. Noah looked at her. Then they get the war they want. The silence grew heavy. Casper looked up at Camilla again. If you strike back, he said carefully, then you're doing exactly what they want. None of the adults answered right away, but this time, it wasn't Camilla who had shifted the room. Chapter 49. A Step Back. A moment passed before anyone spoke. The atmosphere in the room had shifted, not away from the seriousness, but away from the sharp edge that had been there before. The woman took a slow breath and set her pen aside. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, still controlled, but no longer as sharp. I can hear, she said, looking first at Camilla, then at Casper, that this hasn't been easy for any of you. Camilla sat still, her hands folded in front of her. And what you're telling us, the woman continued, shows that something has changed, something important. She leaned forward slightly. But that doesn't change the fact that the situation is still dangerous. Camilla swallowed. The woman hesitated for a moment, as if choosing her words more carefully now. Based on what we've heard, it would be best if you stayed here for a while. Silence fell. Here? Camilla repeated quietly. Yes, the woman said. Not as a punishment. That's important for you to understand. She held her gaze. You've done what you needed to do. You've helped. You've changed something. A brief pause. But right now, your presence down there is also a risk. Camilla looked down for a moment. So I'm not allowed to go back? She asked, her voice slightly uncertain. Noah leaned forward a little. You are, he said calmly. She looked up quickly, but not in the same way as before. He gave her a small smile. You don't go back to work, not to carry their burden. He placed a hand flat on the table. You go back as a guest, as a friend. The words settled more gently. Camilla let out a quieter breath. So I can still see them? She asked. Yes, Noah replied, but in a controlled way, shorter visits with support. His gaze flicked briefly to her hands, and only when you're fully ready. Camilla nodded slowly. Beside her, Casper released a tension he hadn't even realized he was holding. Noah turned his attention to him. And you, Casper? Casper straightened slightly. Noah gave a faint smile. You did well. Casper blinked, a little surprised. You were honest, Noah interrupted calmly. That's rare enough. He leaned back slightly. You've given us something important. This time, the woman nodded too, without resistance. Noah looked between the two of them. We'll return to the council with this. He paused briefly. And I think, with what you've said today, he looked at Camilla, then at Casper. You may have just prevented something that could have become much worse. The words weren't dramatic, but they landed. Camilla looked down for a moment, as if only now realizing how close it had been. Casper looked up at her. She looked back. A quiet relief moved through the room. Not because everything was solved, but because something hadn't broken. Chapter 50. A Pause Between Two Worlds. Noah turned off the recorder, and the sound in the room shifted immediately. The faint tension that had lingered in the air throughout the conversation slowly began to fade. Thank you, he said calmly, looking at both of them. This was important. The woman nodded this time as well, more subdued. Yes, it was. They both stood. The door opened again, and Camilla's parents stepped inside. They had clearly been waiting just outside, and their eyes immediately found Camilla. How did it go? Her mother asked. Noah turned toward them with a small smile. Better than expected. Martin raised an eyebrow slightly. That sounds like a relief. It is, Noah said. You've done well. He glanced briefly at Camilla again. And you have a daughter to be proud of. Camilla's mother didn't speak, but her expression softened. Noah continued. The decision is that she stays here for now, until we have a full understanding of the situation. This is not a punishment. He looked directly at Camilla, but a pause. Camilla nodded quietly. I understand. The woman stepped forward. And Casper, she said, looking down at him. You will need to return to your world before the end of the week. Casper swallowed, then nodded. Okay. But, Noah added calmly, this is not a goodbye. He looked between them. You will be allowed to visit each other again under safe conditions. Camilla let out a softer breath. So I can still go down there? Yes, Noah said, but like we said, not to work, just to be there. A brief pause. As a friend. Silence lingered for a moment. Then Martin nodded. That's better than we feared. Noah nodded in return. Much better. After a few final words and quiet nods, they moved toward the door. The woman cast one last glance back, this time not cold, just thoughtful. Then they left the house. The door closed, and only then did the tension fully release. Camilla stood still for a moment. Then Martin stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. She didn't hesitate this time. She hugged him back, tighter, as if something that had been held tense for too long finally let go. "It went well," he said quietly. "Yeah," she whispered. Her mother placed a hand gently against her back, warm and steady. "You did it." Camilla took a deep breath, then she let go. She looked down at Casper. I'm going upstairs for a bit," she said softly. They both nodded. She lifted him onto her hand and walked toward the stairs again. This time her steps were lighter, not without weight, but without the same unease. Upstairs, she closed the door behind her. The silence was different now. Not tense, just calm. She sat down on the bed and placed her hand in front of her so Casper could stand on it. He stayed there for a moment, saying nothing. Then he looked up at her. "That was a lot," he said. Camilla smiled faintly. "Yeah." She leaned forward slightly. "But it went okay." Casper nodded. "It did." Silence settled again, not awkward, just quiet. Camilla slowly let her fingers close gently around him, not tight, just enough to hold him. She drew him closer, letting him sit in the center of her palm. "I was scared of what they'd say," she admitted quietly. "I could tell," he said with a small smile. She let out a soft breath through her nose. "Thanks for staying." He shrugged lightly. "Of course." She looked at him a little longer this time. There was something in her gaze that hadn't quite been there before. "I'm glad you did," she said softly. Casper felt the warmth of her hand around him. It was different now, not just large, but calm. "I'm glad I did too," he replied. Her thumb moved lightly across his back, a careful, almost shy gesture. "It's going to feel strange when you go home again," she said. He glanced down for a moment. "Yeah?" Then he looked up again. "But I'll come back." Her smile grew just a little wider. "So will I." Silence returned. This time, a little longer. She still held him in her hand, closer now, as if she wasn't in any hurry to let go. Casper leaned slightly against her finger, without really thinking about it, and she let him. Neither of them said anything. They didn't need to, because right there, between two worlds, it was just them. Chapter 51, Memories That Linger. The days had passed quietly, without any major events, yet something had shifted for Camilla. She had returned to her own world, back to school, to the same hallways and the same voices she had known her whole life. And still, it didn't feel quite the same. When she stepped into the classroom that morning, she was met with looks that were no longer distant or indifferent, but curious and open. Several of her classmates turned toward her immediately, some with small smiles, others with questions they had clearly been waiting to ask. "Camilla, is it true you were down there?" one of them asked. "What actually happened?" another followed. The voices moved closer, but not in an uncomfortable way. They weren't harsh, not judgmental. Just interested. She answered a little, short, calm replies, but she could feel she didn't quite have the words to explain everything. How do you explain another world? How do you explain feelings that only make sense when you've stood in the middle of them yourself? Luckily, the teacher stepped in and asked everyone to sit down, and slowly the calm returned. Camilla walked to her seat by the window, where she usually sat, and sank into the chair. She let her gaze drift outside toward the trees as the lesson began behind her. The words reached her, but they didn't really stay. Instead, her thoughts wandered somewhere else entirely. She could almost feel it again, the warmth from the fire, the quiet calm at the farm, where time didn't feel pushed forward, but simply existed. She remembered the smell of food being made over an open flame, and the way Casper's parents spoke, steady and genuine, like they didn't need to be anything other than themselves. She thought about the city, not just the chaos or the fear, but the small moments that had come after. The people who had slowly dared to come closer, the children who had looked up at her with wide eyes, first hesitant, then with a cautious curiosity. She remembered how she had sat down and simply been there, doing nothing, while they slowly approached and began to play around her. A small smile touched her lips. And then he slipped into her thoughts. Casper. She could see him clearly, standing there small compared to her, but never small in the way he carried himself. His voice, his laugh, the way he always spoke simply, without making things more complicated than they needed to be. She felt warmth spread through her body, slow, unexpected. Her gaze dropped to the desk, and she could feel her cheeks grow warmer. She didn't fully understand it, but every time she thought of him, everything felt a little lighter. She took a quiet breath and looked out the window again, letting the thought slowly take shape. Was it love? The word felt big, almost too big. But she didn't push it away. She just let it be there, quietly, without needing to fully understand it yet. Far from her, in another world, Casper walked down the road toward his own school. His friends talked around him, laughing and nudging each other, just like they always did. He responded, laughed along, but his thoughts weren't really there. He glanced up at the sky for a moment, as if he expected to see something massive moving across the clouds, something that wasn't there. A small smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. "You're thinking again," one of his friends said, nudging him. "Yeah," he replied, shrugging slightly. He knew exactly what he was thinking about. Camilla. The way she looked at him, the way she held him in her hand, carefully, like he actually mattered. The calm around her when she wasn't afraid of doing something wrong. He had only been gone for a few days, and yet it felt like longer. He looked forward again, but the smile stayed. He was already looking forward to seeing her again. And even though their lives had returned to something that resembled normal, something was no longer the same. Something had changed. Something that was still quietly growing between two worlds.